Good morning, everybody. Good morning, good morning. It is Wednesday. It is Sewing Street. I am Stuart Hillard. Did I get all of that right?
Yes, you definitely did. Definitely.
Oh my goodness, today is going to be such a good day. Let's start with our early bird. Where are they? Where are the birds? Where are the birds? Normally we have one early bird, occasionally we have two. Today we've got three. We've got three. Let's start. This is all about letting your imagination run wild, okay? I was talking this morning with our producer Hannah about the importance of play, and we know how important it is for children to play. But have you ever stopped to consider how important it is for you as an adult to play and have playtime? And this will really inspire you. We have got, our three early birds are all, if you like, blanks that you can go wild with. Our first one is a pair of cotton natural colour cushion covers. They are big. They are big. They are big. Okay, so each one is inch-wise, well, let's go centimetre-wise, so 60 centimetres square. Now, inch-wise, let me tell you, morning Stuart, is your mic on? I think so, yes it is. Yes, Claire. Am I shouting? 23.6. So let's call it 24 between friends. I'm thinking garden cushions, for your outdoor table and chairs maybe, or if you've got a little bench. What about on a picnic blanket with some lovely cushions to snuggle on? Gorgeous. Let's say you've got an event like a baby shower or a wedding. Instead of having a book that you sign, what about having cushion covers and get everyone to sign? Okay, so let's talk about what you might do with these. So they are a calico. You've got a zip on the back, and it is really smart actually. It's a lovely concealed zip. Okay, so it's a fully concealed zip on the back, but it's right from one side to the other, which means you can get right inside it. So, for example, let's talk about embellishing. What about using your new Brother embroidery machine, hooping different sections, or the centre maybe, and doing your Disney characters, your frames, maybe monogramming for newlyweds would be fun. Okay, so maybe machine embroidery, hand embroidery. What about machine or hand appliquing a design? What about using stencils and fabric paints with a stenciling brush, quite dry, and stipple and actually stencil a design on the front? You could tie-dye, you could add buttons, embellishments, so many different things. You could tie-dye. I mean, last year I developed a range called Indigo Elements, and that all came out of lockdown, at home, what can I do? Let's have a fun time playing with indigo dye. And I block printed, and I tie-dyed, and I splattered, and I drew, and I just had a great time. These blanks could really inspire you. You could also just chuck them in the washing machine with a Dylon machine wash and dye them bright pink and just have a couple of really funky bright pink cushions. Now $11.99 is our usual price for these, but we're dropping that price because it's our early bird. First of three. Let's do it. You've broken it. Okay, all right, I'm just going to... Oh, it started well again today. Oh my goodness, I'm not having another day like yesterday. That price is dropping, not for one. Remember, you're getting two cushion covers, $8.99. $8.99 for both. Absolutely fantastic. So if you need brand new cushions for your 4 outdoor chairs, it's going to cost you less than £20 for 4. $8.99 is the price that you will pay on those cushion covers. Right then, our second early bird is the tote bag. Now, again, it's a pack of two. A pack of two. All right? You know, got two shoulders for a reason. There we go. Okay, there we go. Now, I'm thinking Straight away I'm thinking brilliant size for those quick shops where we just need a couple of things. Although I don't know about you, Bex, but invariably when I go in for a pint of milk I come out with new garden furniture.
I know, and stuff all under your arm.
Yes, I need to ring Charlie. Can you bring the van, please? I might have overbought. But you get 2 of these, gorgeous little tote bag. And again, I'm thinking, let's get embellishing. You could easily hoop that area and do some lovely embroidery on there. Maybe things like straight stitch red work embroidery would look gorgeous if you're a fan of Mandy Shaw. Maybe pick one of her designs and do some red work embroidery. That would be gorgeous. What about adding things like ribbon embellishment? So I could really do with the overhead. Anyway, get out my way, Rebecca.
One day.
Go. Move.
One day.
Come on. We'll get it on both sides, won't we?
Do it. I've cleared a little space for you
I've got overhead on both sides now.
What are you going to do with the ribbon?
From up and down. Well, look, what I'm thinking. This is Rebecca Reed, by the way.
Morning.
You may have seen her on television before.
Morning. I'm just filling the space.
Oh, would you open that
yes,
for
I
me?
will.
Thank
Can I be
you.
your glamorous assistant?
Yes, please.
Always wanted to
So,
be.
you know, one of the things I'm really keen on doing is just, you know, if I'm doing button embellishment, is just literally to throw the buttons.
Which colour would you like, sir?
Not sure at the moment. You pick. But just
it's quite a nice blue.
kind of toss the buttons with gay abandon, and wherever they fall, stitch them down. Now, I would take a photograph, okay, and then you can move them off and then start sewing them down. If you brought the Brother FS250, remember you've got a button sewing foot. So, of course, you could just sit and relax under a tree out in the sunshine and sew these down by hand, but you could also do them with your machine. Now, the other thing that I would do is add a bit of ribbon embellishment and possibly a little bit down there. Might be rather nice.
I'd sew it around the handles.
Or a little bit down the side,
Right
maybe
on.
2.
In the centre.
Around the handles would be lovely. So, kind of running ribbon around would be cute. That would be very cute. The other thing you could do, if that's all a little bit busy for you, could have a green as well, please.
You can, here you are, sir.
Thank you very much. And possibly a yellow, please.
You could go rainbow.
You could.
Actually,
You
with
could
the-
absolutely.
well,
we
with
might
what's
go
in
there.
here.
We might go there. Don't preempt. Don't give it.
I was just thinking we've got so
Don't
many
give
in
away
here.
the goods too soon.
That was a secret. Don't go rainbow.
Don't go
No.
rainbow. No, rainbow bad.
Bad.
So I'm just thinking like one, or like this kind of thing, yeah. And then possibly.
I was just tidying up. Oh, that's
You know,
nice.
little, you know, or, you know, just, I mean, you can really play around and just use, of course, we're lowering the price today as well. Let's make it, how much? £6.99 for 2. That's fantastic. Love it. Love, love, love. Yeah. You could also, if you were doing maybe something like a hen party or a baby shower, you could multi-buy these, give all the guests...
Party bag for kids.
Yeah, party bag for kids would be awesome. But I was just thinking, if you were doing like a sort of hen party, where you could actually have fun decorating a bag each, couldn't you?
Yeah, that's true.
You know, these sort of craft table at a hen do or a baby shower.
Have a crafternoon.
Yeah, you could have a fun crafternoon. Or, you know, if you've got a friend who needs cheering up and, you know, needs a bit of playtime, needs their mind taking off, you could get a few of these different things. Friends, all bring along your embellishments and just have an afternoon and just go a bit wild, go wild, just have fun. kids' parties.
Quite good when you've got like teenagers as well, and you have a little party
It's
when
quite
they're
good
younger.
when you've got teenagers. You just want to like break that down.
When they're younger teenagers and they come round, they don't want to do games
Like
anymore.
when they're not teenagers,
Yeah.
I mean, when they're about 9.
And they don't want to do games, but you can you can have a whole. I used to do that with my daughter. We'd have like all of them round, then we'd do craft or something,
Nice.
and they really enjoyed it. These
Well,
would be
can we
perfect.
just go upstairs
Yeah.
and listen to music,
Yeah.
please?
And you go, no, you will be doing craft because I've bought the bags, and they really enjoyed it. And then they go home with their little
I like
bag.
that. I like that. You don't have a choice. I'm a crafter.
Yes, and you have to do
I'm
craft.
your mother. Sit down and put your apron on. I love it. I love it. So many fun things you can do with these, aren't there? Okay. Lots of you multi-buying. Lots of you multi-buying. Now we've got a third early bird. Now, let's do a quick price comparison. It's not exactly a direct price comparison, but gives you an idea. So we've found here antique white cotton zip pouch. It's about the same size, £3.50 from Hobbycraft for one. Now, we've got a pack of 2. Okay. And now, usual price, lovely zip. Yeah. And got a nice little zip tab as well. So all there. Ours for 2, £6.99. Okay. But it's our early bird. £3.50 for one. So of course if you were going to buy 2 that would be £7. I do maths as well, you know. We're going to drop our price. And it's going down to £4.99 for 2. So £2.50 each. Just a shade under. Excuse me. Now, again, something like this, you could, I'm not sure you would get that on a hoop. You could hand embroider that. You could do the button embellishments. You could paint that. That would be really fun. Almost treat it like a little mini canvas and draw. You could use fabric pencils or crayons. I mean, or normal wax crayons. All you've got to do is heat set them. So you could draw designs. So even get your 3-year-olds, get your 4-year-olds, get them embellishing, get them creating something, heat set it, and then that can be a little pouch to keep special things in. The other thing as well is, I'm thinking that you could turn this inside out. You could then, yeah, it's kind of got a plasticky inside. But I'm just turning it inside, so it is good for things like makeup brushes and the like. But what I'm also thinking is, you could turn this inside out. You could actually box the corners. So like cut out maybe 1 inch square, bring the edges together and sew, and then change the shape of them quite easily. It's not going to affect the zip. I would just zigzag around the edges. Early birds are good for teachers' presents, especially on a budget. I think that's fantastic. Really cool. If you run a craft club and you want to get all the kids making something, brilliant. Yeah, absolutely fab. All right. Keep going through for those. Keep going through. Now remember, once you've paid your P&P, that's it for the rest of the day. So if you've gone for our early bird, you're all set up. Now let's do our menu. Okay, 8 a.m, block of the month, Quilt Star with Rebecca Reed from Amber Makes. We might run over ever so slightly, mightn't we, because we've got a lot to go through. 9 a.m, the mini project case with Becky Alexander Frost. It really is not that mini. It looks small, like a little wallet, but let me just show you. This is the size, okay? Fabulous zipped pocket here. We've got Velcroed, and look inside. Amazing space. 2 vinyl pockets. If you've got the Keep It Together, this is the smaller version. Absolutely fab, really beautiful and beautifully made. What great fun. At 10, it's Tilda Fabrics and Cafe Pre-Cuts. Now, super excited. I featured these this morning on my social media. We've got brand new Cafe Pre-Cuts in 2 colourways. We have a blue colourway, we have a pink lilac colourway. We've got fat quarter bundles, 5-inch charm packs are going to sell out possibly before we even get to the show, so jump onto the website and grab yours while you still can. They're the only 5-inch charm packs we've got in the company right now. We've also got 10-inch stackers in the same colourways and strip rolls. So my advice would be jump onto the website. They came in last night. We got them straight on this morning, 8 a.m. Now then, at 11 o'clock, Baffa's back with the Park Lane bag. And then at 12, oh, there it is. Oh, super smart. Love that. That is so cool. And then at 12 o'clock, Brother Machines and a little masterclass in applique from me. Okay, that is the way our day is looking. Now, how to shop? Jump onto the website, www.sewingstreet.com. Click on Watch Live, and then you will see our early bird, our bestseller, and also 2 columns. Show deals, that's everything we've already played, and then our pre-order. Now, if you go on to pre-order, you'll be able to jump ahead, get your Amber Makes block of the month before we sell out. Lots of you have already done that, of course. If you scroll further down, you will see Becky Alexander Frost's kits, Metalware. There's that brand new Tilda. Chic Escape, I am up for that. Now, quite a lot of the half metre, Fabric by the Half Metre has now sold out. Gorgeous, gorgeous. But our bundles are still available, our colour bundles, and also Daisy Field, which is the gorgeous 10-piece coordinate collection. Then moving further down, here are the Cafe. Here is the Cafe. Now, because these have only just come in, these are our images. They're almost kind of holding images. You know it's gorgeous. I'll show it you properly, but look what you get. Isn't it fabulous? 10-inch charm, 5-inch charm, strip roll, design roll, or fat quarter bundle. Fat quarter bundle gives you the most possibilities, of course, I think. Had to get them on air as quick as we could because they are gonna fly. And then moving on down, we've got Becky's second hour with her beautiful Park Lane bag. That is so smart. Men or women, beautiful. And then applique tools and notions, the Brother FS250, which I love. If you've got any questions at all, do get them in, won't you? And that's how this morning is looking. There's our embroidery machine too. Oh, Kath just said, morning, Stuart. Looking forward to seeing Becky. The Not So Mini project case looks fab. It really is. It's beautiful. It looks tiny on the website. It's actually quite big. Now, let's get started. Let's get started. I'm going to pop your eye in there. Ooh, there we go. Thank you. Now, our brand new Quilt Star, yeah, okay, right at the start of the front. No, that's not it, is it? Oh, okay, thank you. Right, here we go. All right, so the brand new block of the month from Amber Makes is called the Star Quilt, okay? Now, I'm just going to show you the pattern. I am blown away with the amount of value, the amount of projects there are in every pattern and on every panel. Superb value. If you haven't been on board with the block of the month so far, don't worry, everything stands alone. You can get one panel and just enjoy that. We've also got previous months as well, and there are projects you can use all of the panels for, of course. But if you're just getting involved this month, don't worry, you can get so much out of this month's panel. It's called the Quilt Star. Absolutely beautiful. You've got a mini quilt that you can piece. You've got a mini quilt that is a printed version. You have got a pattern also for a really big wall quilt, which we've got hanging up behind Rebecca, which I'll just show you there. Absolutely gorgeous. And I'll show you the real thing in just a sec. I'm not talking about text now.
The real thing.
I'm going to show you the real thing. Here she is. It's Rebecca Reed. Hey. Now let me show you the panel. Okay. So this panel is it's a little bit of a sort of two-part panel, I would say, because on this panel, okay, which is our main Quilt Star panel, you have got the printed version of the Quilt Star with the wooden frame. Then you've got all of the fabrics down at the bottom and at the top that you will use to make your pieced version of that Quilt Star.
Yeah.
That is so cool. That is such a cool idea. And then you've also got another project right here. Do you see this rather interestingly shaped fabric right here and a lining to make a bit bag, thread catcher?
Thread catcher. It's got labels, so you can have it. It says there are labels on there: fabric clips, thread catcher. I put lovely things on mine.
That is so cute.
You can put whatever you like on it. So that's on there as well, just to match.
So you could hang that on a little hook on your desk.
Yes.
But you could also fix like a little, you know, those little sticky hooks you can buy on the front of your table. You could even, if you've made yourself one of those lovely sewing mats that hang off, all you've got to do is sew a button to the front of it, and then you can hook the loop over that.
Well, originally I want, because all the little projects go sort of with the main project, so I was thinking, because this is miniature patchwork, you've got loads of thread ends, so you'll need.
Oh, clever.
But actually the one that I've got at home I use for my fabric clips.
Yeah.
Because it's really easy to pull them out and have them and then put them back in.
Perfect.
But there are lots of labels on the panel, so you can choose. I put lovely things on mine, but you can choose what you put on yours. But that's just a little mini project. That's not the main thing.
It's incredible value. Can I just let you know that already a quarter of the stock has gone already. Once you check your baskets out, more than half. Okay, be quick on this one. It's absolutely glorious. The value is amazing, absolutely amazing. Now, you might have noticed a gorgeous quilt hanging behind Bex. Do you want to make that? Now, featured there, you've got the printed star.
That's the illustrated version, but obviously you can put the pieced version because it's exactly the same size. So if you want to make the pieced version to go into your quilt, because we're going to be 12 in this series to make a whole quilt at the end, you can.
Yep.
Or if you just think, well, I don't want to make the whole big quilt at the end, then you could put the piece version in here. It's entirely up to you. But all the prints match these. Well, it echoes this, doesn't it?
It does. It does. It's absolutely brilliant. It's like mini me and big me. I love it. Now, you get the instructions in the bundle to make both the mini pieced quilt, also the thread catcher, and you also get full instructions to make that wall hanging quilt. But in order to make that wall hanging quilt, this is that bit from the panel, you will need some extra fabric for all of the piecing around the outside. And for that, you could either use your stash, but if you want everything to match absolutely perfectly, then you need this second panel. I told you it was kind of a two-parter. Lots and lots of you are buying both. Now, Bex, this is such a big panel. I'm going to need your help, please.
Well, they're fatter quarters.
They certainly are.
Because they're bigger. So
it's absolutely incredible.
Normally when we do these, we put 4 on, but because I wanted to have the wood to echo the frame.
This is like a
duvet. The wood is on there as well, so you get the wood. So
you've got the wood effect fabric down the bottom, you've got the 4 fatter quarters, but then hang on a minute, look at all this.
You've got like
at the top.
Well, you could applique some of these on or use them for your other makes.
Fantastic, absolutely fantastic. You've got quilt labels as well. You could put these inside your bags. It's just incredible. You literally put so much value on every square inch. We've got a message from Kim, who's in Bodybridge. Good morning, Stuart, Rebecca and crew. Just added block 5 to my collection. I absolutely love these panels.
Oh.
Thank you. Have a great show. Love, Kim.
Oh, thank you, Kim.
Thank you, Kim.
Oh, I'm glad you like them.
Just superb.
Well, this is a medallion quilt, because the idea is you have a small bit and then it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. But also I've designed it so it's kind of a teaching thing. So you're learning your half square triangles in 2 different methods and also flying geese as well in a quick method. So it's kind of a learn as well.
Absolutely. You've got sashings, cornerstones, adding borders.
All sorts.
Brilliant. And a scrappy binding.
Yeah, love a and there's enough on that panel to do the scrappy binding,
get the binding
as well.
too?
Yeah.
For $19.99. It's absolutely brilliant. So combining both, you've got your brand new block of the month panel, which is $14.99. 3 projects, absolutely incredible. Full instructions as well. Is that including instruction?
Yeah, all of it.
Wow! But instructions $9.99. panel £14.99.
I know.
So that's £25. That value is incredible. It's not £25 at all. It's £14.99. So absolutely add your fatter quarters, because actually we normally do 4 fatter quarters for £19.99, don't we? But then this one has that big strip of wood effect fabric across the bottom, quilt labels and appliques for the same price.
And all of the block of the months are all in the same colour way.
Great.
So you can use any of the panels or the fatter quarters for any of them. So if you've bought any of the previous ones, or you're going to use any of the later ones, the colour theme is the same throughout.
So I'm even thinking there, Bex, that if you wanted to make your medallion quilt, but you wanted to make that bigger, you could buy another fatter quarter panel from this month or another month, and you could just add some more blocks. Ohio stars or
just keep going, adding round. Yeah.
Beautiful. Talking about past months, on pre-order you will find the other months 1, 2, 3 and 4. We'll talk about them at the end of the show, but let's get on with demo.
Okay, so this is the block. I've got it stuck to a board here, so you can see what it looks like. There we go. Ooh, move it over. What it looks like when it's actually finished. So it's miniature patchwork. So with the block of the month, I've tried to teach a different technique every month. So we've got applique, we've done embroidery, we've done FPP. Gosh, I can't remember what others. Applique, FPP, embroidery, and just general piecing as well. But with this one, it's miniature patchwork, because it's exactly the same technique as if you're doing big patchwork, but you just do it miniature. So I thought by just concentrating on one block, you can learn how to do it and then use that for other things, in theory. Because it's the same theory.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people think, miniature, that's a scary word, but it isn't.
No, and it also kind of disciplines you, doesn't it, to really focus on accuracy of cutting, pressing, sewing.
And it's only a little thing, so it doesn't take too long.
Fun.
So what we do to start with, in the instructions it explains exactly, I've got a printed version, not your version, exactly what you need to do about cutting everything out. It's all explained. There are walkthrough pictures exactly how to do it. Obviously you get the panel with the kit, but if you want to do it again, all the measurements are in here. So if you want to make another one using your own fabrics afterwards, you can, because it has got all the measurements. It's not just about cut round the edge of this. It tells you, so you can make more. And then we move on. There's the instructions for the storage pod, and then the medallion quilt. So it's all in there. So start off by cutting everything out. You will cut out a lot of squares, but don't worry, these little half square triangles, it's all made up from squares and half square triangles, that's all. So the only thing you need to learn for this is half square triangles. Now these look tiny, but there is a better way, I'm going to show you, of how to make tiny half square triangles, but from a bigger piece.
Oh, love it.
So what you do is you get 2 pieces of fabric, you get the print fabric and the plain background fabric. All of this is on the panel. I've just used a different colour one because I didn't want to cut up my panel. But it explains on the instructions in the panel about cut around this big piece, and then you cut them into these squares. So you take a plain one and a coloured one, which will be a print one, and you place them right sides together. Then you just put a couple of pins. You only need a couple really. Just make sure you've got all the raw edges lined up. And this is a technique you can use for miniature patchwork or bigger patchwork. But basically you make 4 at the same time. So now what I'm going to do, which sounds a bit odd, but it works. It's odd. It sort of sounds like, why are you sewing 2 pieces together? But you then sew it together all the way around the edge using your normal 1/4 inch seam allowance.
So right around the outside edge, like you're doing a cushion cover?
Yes, so yes, we're making a little cushion, but with no gap for the zip. So all the way round. And the reason I've done this is because for the miniature patchwork it is tiny. They're 1 inch squares. You don't want to be cutting tiny little triangles and sewing them together on the bias because they'll all stretch out of the shape, which would be quite annoying.
A message from Susan. Morning to you both. Made sure I got block 5 for my collection on pre-order and just added the fat quarter panel. Thank you. It's so lovely. From Susan in Hampshire.
Oh, thank you, Susan. That's really kind. I know, I can't wait to get them all finished.
Lots of people, Rebecca, have been getting in touch saying they've loved seeing your pictures from Glastonbury.
I haven't taken my band off yet.
Oh, I bet you haven't.
There's a thing about it.
Till it falls
When you
off.
take it off, that's it, it's over.
Oh, no, don't do it.
Well, it was great, because I found Mandy Shaw.
I know,
Found
saw
her,
that.
Camp Bunting, and I went, oh, photo.
How
no, I did actually
fantastic.
go looking for her. It was very
Well,
exciting.
I've got you a mat out if you want that. Do you want to?
Oh,
you're gonna
no,
cut?
I'm just going to give it a little quick press.
And your crochet trousers,
Yes.
what sensational,
survived.
amazing.
They survived. And actually, because everyone said to me they're going to be really hot, which I thought they would, but because they've got holes in, because of the squares, they were actually a bit breezy.
Yeah.
So the breeziness...
Ready-made air conditioning.
Yes, so I'm
Love
sort of
it.
hot and cold all at the same time. But yeah, I did have a great time. But I had my voice, it's too much singing to Diana Ross.
I was going to say,
I
were you
think.
just singing
lot of
all
singing,
the time?
lot of singing to Paul McCartney and Diana Ross. Now, can I have a rotary cutter? Because I think it's
You
on your
certainly
side.
can. You
This is
certainly
my lack
can.
of organisation and a ruler. I said, Kat said, "Ooh, have you got everything?"
hello.
And I said yes, and I didn't.
Oh, lovely. Is that going to be okay?
Yeah, that's fine. I think I've just broken the hook.
Oh, okay, no worries.
Oh,
Leave it
well,
with me.
okay.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. Right, so
Honestly,
I've sewn
you
it together
come
all
here,
the way.
trash our
I know,
studio.
broke everything, lost my voice. Sew it together all the way round and give it a little press. That just sets the seams and it's easier to cut. Now what you're going to do...
What do you think of the iron?
Well, I have used this iron before here and I absolutely love it. And every time I've tried to buy it, it's out of stock everywhere.
Yeah.
I said they should have asked me to sell this because I love absolutely everything about this iron. Honestly, I could spend hours talking about it.
Oh, really? Well,
and
don't
I really
right
want
now,
one.
but...
But I really want one.
They are fab, aren't they?
It's just like the best thing.
I know,
And
so cool.
almost my second favourite thing is the fact that you can fill it horizontally.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't
I know.
it? Yeah.
So I'm very excited about that, and I think I might treat myself. So what you do is now get your rotary cutter and ruler. If you don't have one, you could draw a line and cut it. Draw a line in pencil and cut it with a pair of scissors. But if you've got a rotary cutter, it's just a bit easier. So cut it diagonally from one corner. Now be careful because you don't want this to move now. So what I would say is turn it round. If you can't turn it round, you'll just have to move them, but keep them in the same place, because we're going to cut the other way now. So there's no measuring, you're just cutting from corner to corner. Right. Then I've got 4 little triangles, so I'll flip myself over. And I'm going to press these open. You can press them whichever way you want. I tend to press towards the dark side for no reason in particular, just because it doesn't really matter with this, but that's what I do. When you press them open, the easiest way to do this, I've discovered, is to do it with your fingers first.
Yes.
And then just run your nail across.
I'm a big fan of finger pressing.
Oh, well, then I get the iron out because I love irons as well.
Absolutely.
But when you do it with an iron, you end up having to go over to the other side as well to get it just right. So if you finger press them first, because they're so fiddly, it's easier to do that. Then when you come to press them, also, you're not then distorting the bias because they're sort of already open. And then you've got 4 half square triangles. Now, obviously, these aren't the right size because I've I'm going to put it that way. I've made them a bit bigger because I think accuracy is the most important thing with my miniature patchwork. So by making them bigger, I can now trim them so they're perfectly accurate. So I thought I'd go through that. So the best way to trim a half square triangle is take the 45-degree angle on your ruler and place that along the drawn line. Now I'm going to cut these to 1.5 inches square.
Okay.
Because that's the finished size of them.
So they're 1 inch finished?
Yes.
So that's not tiny,
it's not tiny,
is
twiddly
it?
tiny.
Yeah.
No, it's not too bad. So when you look at this, you can see it's bigger because there's my 1 inch and there's the 1.5. So what I do is I put the 45-degree angle on there and then I centre the outer edges of it. And then...
Do you want a rotating cutting mat?
No, it's not. I could do. I have that, and in fact, I have one at home, and that's what I used. So cut one side and then trim the other side. So now it's 1.5 inches across the top and bottom. Turn it round, and then trim it so it's 1.5 inches here. You can't line up the lines, so what you do is you line up this top corner where it's sticking out and the bottom one. Now, if you're doing loads of these, which I did for this, well, for something else actually, something where I was doing loads of them. You can't. I tried stacking to cut them. Don't do that.
No,
it's really inaccurate. So that's a perfect 1.5 inch square. But what I did do, I discovered because I was doing loads of them to speed it up. If you lay them, you can get about 8. If you get 2 lies of 4, you can get about 8 of them. Cut all of them one side, turn them all round, and then cut them all the other side. Yeah. Because otherwise you're kind of lifting your ruler and it's quicker.
Turning the direction.
I must have been doing about 60 of them for something, so I thought there's got to be. Tried stacking, silly idea.
But also, it's a small project. Focus on enjoying the smallness of it, the accuracy of it.
Well, it's also by doing this, these are now perfect 1.5 inches square. So your seam allowance around the edge for this is 1/4 inch because I've allowed extra fabric. From now on, when you sew and press and cut anything, you lose fabric. Only a little tiny bit. And when you're doing loads and loads of seams, those tiny, tiny bits makes you lose even more. So use a scant 1/4 inch, which is basically a couple of fabric threads less than 1/4 inch. Now, if you've got a machine where you can set the distance, it's not the stitch length, where you can, I can't think what it's.
The stitch width?
No, it's the distance where you can move the needle. Where you can move the needle.
Use the stitch width adjustment to move the needle to the right or the left.
Yes, so where you can do that, I mean with some of them you can only do it by big increments, and then in which case just move it over and do it a little less. But with the machine I've got, you can change the stitch width by tiny amounts. So if you just move it over a little bit, but it's a couple of fabric threads less than the 1/4 inch, that means that the fabric that's lost when you press and turn doesn't matter.
So you're compensating for it. Fabulous. That's such a great tip.
So make all your little half square triangles, but the good thing is you're making 4 in one go, and you know that these are perfect. You'll also be cutting 1.5 inch squares, so that you know everything is right to start with. So that's how you make the half square triangles. Then what you do is join everything together really simply. We're going to work on the central section to start with. So you lay it all out. Now you can either use the photo that's on the front of the instructions, or what I did is I took the illustrated panel. Do you want to? Oh, you got No, I've got one. I got the one off mine. I took the illustrated panel and lay it in front of me, like this, and I just copied it. So when I came to lay them all out, I lay that on the table, and then I laid all of my squares next to it. I mean, you could even lay them on the top because they're the same size, but, well, they'll be a bit bigger, but then it's easy to follow. Or there is a full diagram in the instructions to follow. That's up to you. So lay it all out. Then what I did, to make sure I got them all, didn't get confused, is I labelled them all. So I've got, because I've done the others, this is row 1, so I had row 1 there, and I just clicked them all together so I knew which one, and which was the top as well. And then I sewed all the rows together. So this is row 1. So I've got to make sure I have got the right way around. So lay them all like this so that you get 2 squares. And then I am the wrong way around.
So the background fabric there, Bex, that's included on the panel as well?
Yes, it is. Yeah, you've got a big piece of background fabric. It's a bit like calico. That's the sort of the slight.
It's amazing value on every panel, isn't there?
And that background fabric is exactly the same that's in all of the blocks.
Gotcha.
So that they all match.
So you've got, up here you see, you've got your background fabric here, then you've got your wood fabric there for creating your frame, so background, frame, and then you've got your fabrics here, and then also down the bottom as well, which you're going to create your star block with.
Yes.
But then you've got all the others as well. You've got your whole printed panel block, you've got your thread catcher, your little labels, lovely things, thread catcher, bits and bobs, fabric clips.
That's what I've heard.
Brilliant.
When you cut out your fabric pieces, each of them is labelled print 1, print 2. When you cut them out, if you keep that label on the top, this is what I had left over, by the way, after I made them, so you will get fabric left over. You can then remember which one goes which way because they are labelled on the top. But I just thought I'd show you my leftovers. So, how are we doing for time? You sew all of these together. Have I got time to sew those together? Yeah?
Definitely.
Okay. So, if you lay them out, this is how I do it. There's various ways. This is how I organise myself. I just take, right, so I know that's number 1 and 2, so I put number 1 and 2 right sides together, and this is where you want to go a bit less than that 1/4 inch. So on this machine, I can see where the 1/4 inch is on the foot plate, so I'm just going to put my fabric over left a bit. That's if you can't move the needle over. Just put it a tiny bit left. Now you can't strip piece with it. You can't chain piece with this because it gets really confusing. So I've got number 1 and 2, and then I pick up number 3, quickly put it over, because you need to make sure that they stay the right way up, or you will unpick them, like I did with some of them. And then just sew that. So this is the only thing, is accurate cutting and using that just a little less than 1/4 inch seam allowance, and really just making sure you sew them together in the right order. So there's number 3, and then put number 4. So now you can see, let me show you here, that number 3 and number 4, we've got seams that need to match. We need to match those diagonals, but because these are quite small pieces, it's quite easy to do. If you put them together like this, if you then just pull it back and make sure, if you roll it over and make sure that those join up, you can just hold those with your fingers.
But that's where trimming them's helped, isn't it? Because they're
perfect.
exactly perfect. Yeah, exactly.
Or if you put a fabric clip on like that, that just holds that. But when they're bigger, it sort of goes more wrong. So in a way, I think the miniature is easier in that respect.
Yeah.
Because there's less room for error.
Well, there's very little distance for the fabric to creep when you're sewing, isn't there?
Yeah, that's true. I managed to mangle up the front of that. So that's how you. I won't do the whole row because we'll be because we're running out of time, aren't we?
We're all right.
Okay, all right then.
Keep going. Keep going.
I'll keep doing that's right because I have done the other rows. We haven't got to wait for me to do 8 rows.
No, you're all right.
And then there's the next one. So again, you need to match up the seam on that. You could just put a little clip, but you haven't got much margins for error. So really, once you've mastered this technique, and that's the point of this block of the month, is that have a look at the patchwork block patterns that you have and just scale them all down. So if you've got a block that uses sort of 4-inch squares, use 1-inch squares. It's quite addictive.
Yeah.
I mean, some people do it with 1/2 inch, don't they?
They do.
I don't think I'd want to. Have you ever done that?
No, the smallest I've ever done is 1-inch finished half square triangles and 1x2 flying geese.
Yeah, I might have a go of it one day, but
I did a table runner once, and I think there were 73 pieces in a 6-inch square, and I was going to make a quilt.
No.
But after I'd made 3 blocks, I thought I can't do any more of this, so it ended up as a table runner. But it's a very lovely table runner.
I'd like to have a go, but to be honest, I think if I was going down to that, I would do paper piecing then.
Yeah. And I have heard, Bex, that making a miniature quilt takes just as much time as making the full-size version of the same quilt.
That puts me off.
Yeah.
And then you see, with this, you're not matching seams on everything. Like I've got a plain one here, so that's nice and easy.
Keep going through on your panels, won't you? Remember, the main panel that Bex is using is $14.99. You've got full instructions, full written instructions for 3 projects. Your mini Star Quilt or block for your quilt. You've got your large wall hanging, and you've also got instructions for making up your thread catcher or clip tiding. Then on your panel, you've got all the fabrics that you need for piecing your Star Quilt, for doing a printed version of it, and also your thread keeper or thread catcher. If you want to make that larger wall hanging, you'll need this panel plus instructions. You'll also need the fatter quarters panel, which is incredible value for bigger than normal fat quarters, a big wide strip of wood effect fabric, and also appliques and quilt labels included, all for just $19.99. How are you getting on, Bex?
Yeah, I've done that row. So what I've done already, as if by magic.
Oh, look at that.
There's rows 2 to 8, and you can see mine is still labelled because I wrote on all of them with a friction heat erasable pen, obviously. So I've done exactly the same with all of those. Now, when you've got your row like this, I haven't pressed my seams yet. Press the seams in each row to opposite sides. So start with number 1 and press them all one side, and then have a look and press the next one to the other side. So when you look at this, you can see those go that way, those go that way, because they're easier to join together. So if I look at row 2, those are going that way, so I'm going to press these that way. You don't have to do this, but this will help when you're joining rows together for accuracy. It just helps to, with nesting. And in the instructions I've explained, so if there's any terms as well in the instructions like nesting and scant seam allowances, those are all explained.
Well, also as well, because you've got so many seams with half square triangles joining other half, you need to distribute the bulk, don't you?
Yeah, and if you just concentrate at this point on pressing them all opposite ways, if you get one wrong, well, you can repress them. So when you come now to, so obviously you'll do it the opposite way, you'll be doing 1 to 2. Doesn't really matter, it's just that's the order I did them. So place them right sides together, and this is where you do need to match the seams up. So what I do is I push a pin through the seam where I think they've matched up below, like ½ an inch below. Now that's just missed. So I'm going to take the pin out and move over a tiny bit so it does hit it. And then I'm going to take another pin and push it through this seam and push it there sort of within the ½ inch seam allowance. Now I've got those two. Then I'm going to pin this end because those seams are most important. Then I'm going to put one horizontally, and then I can take those two out and do that all the way along.
So those 2 pins that you put in vertically are to find the accurate point?
Yes.
But you couldn't distort like that. You could really distort your seam, couldn't you, if you tried pushing that through?
Yeah, it's just to sort of see where it is. Now, obviously, if you've done your seam, press the seams the other way, you can nest them as well. It's just I tend to do that when there's a point that I really need to make work. So to nest it, take the seams and pull them together until they sort of crash. You'll feel like a little bump. And I can feel that now, so I'm going to pin that. So pin every single seam. You can have a quick check if you like with your horizontal pin just on the edge to make sure it's coming through through the back and the front. When you've got some seams where you've got the points, just make sure that they go together. And when you so nest them again, but when you come to sew those together, make sure you sew. I'll take a pin and show you. Make sure you sew at through this point, because that's the point where it will come. Now look, if you look at mine, where I've done the rest of them, you can see there are odd ones that aren't absolutely perfect, but it won't matter. You just won't notice it. By the time you've put this all into a quilt, as long as you've tried to get them together, they will be enough together as to not notice.
Yeah, absolutely.
It doesn't have to be absolutely perfect.
No. When you're working on one block, it's very easy to get very, very focused on that, and that's all that matters. When you put it into the big quilt, you don't even see it, do you?
And there will be 12. If you collect them all, there will be 12 in the whole quilt. You won't notice if you're a millimetre. It's going to be minimal, isn't it?
It is. Now, you get extras with your block of the month, don't you, Bex? Because you get a code.
Special secret code.
Yes,
I'm going to sew this together while you do that.
Would you explain, please?
Yes. So if you, once you buy your instructions, on the back there's a secret code for you to join the Facebook group. So there's a special block of the month Facebook group that's free, obviously, but we only let people in who's bought the block of the month. It doesn't matter which one you've bought, whether you bought all of them, one of them, but then the secret code. And in there, you'll be in the group. You can then ask questions, you can post pictures of what you've done, but you also get, just got to remove this, a free set of instructions to make the block keeper. Now the block keeper uses, you can use any of the panels, all the panels are the same size. This is the block from block 3, I put it in the middle, but the instructions are to make the block keeper, which you can use for the blocks for this or for any other blocks. And the point of a block keeper is that when you've made something, you want to keep it nice and flat, what do you put it on? You lay it on a shelf, but if you put it in here, it uses brushed cotton, and the reason for that is that it sticks. These are the previous blocks. So you have flaps Anyway, this is just the free set of instructions you get. So
Fabulous.
it has the flaps that hold it down. You can use it, so you can get about 14 blocks in here. It's got pockets, but that will be a free set that comes when you join the Facebook group.
Really cute. That's fab. So you get that added on as well?
Yeah, that's an extra freebie.
So if this is the first time you've bought an Amber Makes Block of the Month pattern and panel, make sure that you use that code. If you've had previous months but haven't joined the group yet, what are you waiting for? Get that free pattern. Why not? Keep going through for your panels. They are so popular this morning. Absolutely fab. Now then, we've got some extra blocks, haven't we, for previous months?
Yes, I've got all of those.
Let's go through them.
Okay, I'll stop there.
Where would you like to start?
Well, let's start number 1, shall we?
Start with number 1.
So number 1 is the sewing machine. This is just because I've got them all in my block keeper. Because I've discovered it's actually a really good place to keep them.
Fantastic. Details are on screen for this panel, by the way.
So this is block 1, which is the sewing machine block, and this uses just piecing, just general piecing. On the block, do you want me to put it down? Sorry. On the block again, you've got that background fabric that's the same as this month's. You've got all the pieces, the fabric to make the sewing machine, and all the little plique pieces you need. You also get with on this one, the free extra project is the little zip case that says bits and bobbins that you can keep all your bobbins and needles or whatever in. Brilliant. And the extra big project instructions only are the sewing machine cover, and on this one I've used the illustrated block, but you can use your piece block if you prefer. But the instructions show you how to make a sewing machine cover to fit your machine. It's not a sewing machine cover that's just generic. I explain in it how to measure your machine and how to cut the fabric so it fits yours.
Fantastic.
And it has pockets
so
on the
for
side.
$14.99 you're getting your full instructions, you're also getting your panel.
Yes.
It's amazing value.
And then you get this.
Incredible.
And if you want the fabric, we do have a fatter quarter of the fabric that I used for this, which is
now the fatter quarters that correspond with the sewing machine block.
Vintage sewing was that one.
Vintage
it's not there, is it?
It's not there.
That's the wrong one. It's called Vintage Sewing. If you go onto the Amber Makes section,
put the details on screen. That's what you get. Let me read this message to you. Message before got what does that say?
Block of the month and panel.
Oh, block of the month and panel, as this collection is fantastic value for money. How do you do it? Joined the Facebook group for this week. For this, thank you for the quick reply.
Oh, I don't know, just because. How do we do it? Well, because I didn't want people to feel like the only thing they could do with this is they had to collect all 12.
Yeah.
It's lovely you're going to collect all 12, and the finished quilt will look fab.
Yeah.
But if you don't want to collect all 12, what are you going to do with the block?
Absolutely.
And that's how it ended up growing. And then Amy put this lovely design on the front, on the panel shed, because there was a space. So then it had to be made into something, and it just
grew from there.
Grew. So that's number 1.
So month number 2.
Number 2 was all about embroidery.
Who part?
Who part.
Yes.
So this is number 2. So what with this one you get is all the pieces you need. So this is very simple embroidery, and I've written it in a way with the embroidery stitches if you've never done embroidery before. So you embroider the words. There's applique pieces for this, and then you applique the hoop on, and then I've left the edges of this fabric loose, so it looks like embroidery would do.
Yeah, like you're actually doing it.
And then the extra project with this one is a little needle case. This comes printed on the panel, but it's just for embroidery needles. So if I show you inside, you've got the names printed, so you've got chenille needles.
Oh, and that's all printed on the panel?
And that's all on the panel.
So cool.
Milliners, sharps, tapestry, and spares, obviously. So all of that is on the panel. My soul is fed with needle and thread.
And that's your little extra.
That's your extra.
So well thought out. Again, $14.99 for that main panel, and also your full instructions as well, with all of your embroidery in, how to make your needle case. The bonus project is just brill. Now there's also a fatter quarters that goes with this.
Well, this one we used the vintage sewing that we haven't got there for some reason.
Oh, that uses the vintage sewing panel too.
So this is the extra project that you get instructions for. So this is your this is for carrying your embroidery project in, obviously. So I've used the illustrated panel on the front, but you could use your embroidered one. And there's like a PVC pocket and another pocket, and this will put you can keep your hoop and everything in here. So if you're doing embroidery, wool or any sewing, that's the instructions you'll get as well for that one.
Awesome.
Are we making sense?
Now then, month 3
gets
is
more
spools of
complicated.
thread.
Spools of thread, yes. So this is spools of thread. So now, there we go. So this is piecing with a little bit of applique and machine embroidery. So quite simple piecing, but I've done a special technique where you thread your needle in and out rather than cutting it, so it looks a bit different.
Oh wow, look at that.
So if you look at the back, it's
oh, how cute.
There's the back of it.
Yeah.
But it's the kind of the neatest way to do it. So that's spools of thread, which is block
Love that.
3.
And you get a printed version of that. You get your applique plus piecing version of that. And then you also get a bonus project.
That's this little one. It's called Keeping It Real. So it's what you keep your reel of thread in.
Oh, that's brilliant.
So in here you can get a reel of thread, you could get your needle in it, and you can also fit those little stalk scissors. So if you want to take the needle and thread out somewhere, you just want to keep that in your workbox, you get the pieces to make that.
Mm-hmm.
And then the extra project, instructions only, is the bag. So I've used, obviously, again, as you know, the illustrated panel on the front of mine, but on the panel is, I also need to print this on, Keeping It Real. That's on the panel, so you can sew that on the back of your bag if you want. It's a project bag. It's just got big pockets. It's called the Store It bag because there's loads of pockets all the way around, and it's a big project bag.
But, really roomy. But
you can use these instructions because, again, it's all measurements, so it's not just cut this out. All the measurements are in, so you can use this with your own fabric, or I use the thread spool fatter quarter.
Yes, which I've got
This
right
one.
here.
We have got that one.
So if you want to get the extra fabrics for that, you can get this fatter quarters, and again, massive amount of value. 4 huge fat quarters plus appliques at the top. Look at all those gorgeous reels of thread, and then quilt labels and bag labels too. Just wonderful. How do you do it?
So that's 3.
That's month 3, and then month 4.
Number 4. This is where
Cut
we move on to FPP, and if you watched it last month, remember you can watch all these back on YouTube. This is really for beginners, and I've written it from that way. Now you might look at that and think there's no way that's for beginners. It's got lots of pieces, but I've designed it in such a way that you make it in several pieces. The first piece you make only has 2 pieces of fabric in it. And the second piece you make only has 2 pieces of fabric, but the third piece you make has 3 pieces. So by the time you get round to the scissor handles, where there's about 12 pieces, you know how to do it.
So we kind of build up.
Yes. So piece 1 only has, which is this piece, I think, only has 2 pieces of fabric. So
there's that panel that you get $14.99 for the panel, but you also get the full instructions as well. Now I'm seeing the printed block, I'm seeing all the pieces for the piece block. I'm also seeing
a very strange shape.
Interesting.
So
Tell
this is the scissor holder, which obviously matches. So there's enough space in here for 3 pairs of scissors, and all of that's on the panel.
So cool.
And then the extra project, because I've got other, let me just
really
take these things
popular.
out.
This really popular.
The extra project is a fabric
That's
suitcase.
amazing.
Because when I worked for Simply Sewing magazine, they gave me one of the projects when I left, which was a fabric suitcase, and I use it all the time. So I thought I'm going to make one. So this is the I need to hold it that way up there. That's the illustrated panel that's on the panel. And then from that, the instructions are there to make this. There is a fatter quarter if you want to. You don't have to use a fatter quarter. You can use your own fabric, but the fatter quarter is there's enough fabric on it to make all of this, and then you just need a little bit of lining. And then on the panel there were some scissors, so I cut them out and appliqued them on there. There's a pocket. So you can use it for your fabric stash, you can use it to take to workshops, you could take it on a weekend break.
Oh, I know you said you could use other fabrics, but this panel is so beautiful. Look at all that.
Well, it's got
all
mini hexes and big hexes, which I've used in.
It's absolutely gorgeous.
So I've used like the mini hexes on the front, the big hexes around the side.
I love that.
And it has a little handle, so you could. It's great for putting projects in and keeping nice and flat, and it's just got.
I'm thinking night away in a spa hotel here,
I
Bex.
know.
Come on.
Well, I've put and also I've explained, because I think these zips, where they're double-ended, are quite hard to get hold of. Well, I find them quite hard, particularly long ones. So I have explained in it how to get a normal zip and 2 sliders and make your own.
Have you?
So what you do is you just buy a length of zip.
Right.
Because I wanted thicker number 3 zip. 2 sliders, and you thread one on one end and one in the other, and there you go, you got your own. Because they're quite hard to find, aren't they, the right length?
Although we do have them in Becky Alexander Frost's hour.
Well, she does them especially, but they're not easy. So.
And she's going to show us today how to thread the pulls on.
I absolutely hate doing that. I would
what
never.
Could possibly go wrong?
Nothing.
Oh my goodness, what an amazing first hour.
And next month.
And that wasn't.
I thought it was really complicated.
They said to me before we started the show, it's really complicated. It's really complicated. That wasn't complicated at all.
Oh, well, I'm glad you understood.
I did. Did you?
No, not at all. So, I will be back next month, 20-something of July, and I can't remember what date it is.
And what are you bringing?
Right, so next month is all about EPP. So I have done it in advance, so you get to make in my block keeper. Oh, I'll keep it flat. This is, believe it or not, this is all EPP. It looks like it's printed, doesn't it? So, if you've never done EPP before, I do it right from the beginning of how to make this star. All of the pieces are printed on the panel already. You just cut round them. You haven't got to fussy cut. And where's my box? For the extra little project, it's a little.
I love that. That's gorgeous.
And that's for when you're doing your EPP. You can keep all your pieces in it, so it matches. And then from the extra project, as I've made a fabric storage bucket, which you can.
That is beautiful.
This is the illustrated panel, but you could use the piece panel, and then that creates that.
Superb. I can't wait for next month.
Already. There we go. That's next month.
Rebecca, amazing.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely incredible. Thank you so much.
Explaining that so well.
I think you did most of that.
It was confusing.
This month's panel, don't forget to check out. It's $14.99 for the Quilt Star panel and instructions. You're getting both for $14.99. Remember, you've got your printed mini quilt, you've got your thread catcher, and then you've also got all of the fabrics to create your own pieced version of that mini quilt to go in your quilt, big quilt. And then you've got instructions also for creating a wall hanging featuring that little block, plus all that lovely piecing around which echoes the centre. Now, if you do want to make that full quilt, remember you will need to buy the extra panel, which is the fatter quarters, plus that wood grain, plus all those lovely quilt labels, which is $19.99. You can get that too. Have a look on the website. All right, we're going to go to a break now. When we come back, we've got Becky Alexander Frost here, and the first of 2 shows featuring a gorgeous organisation wallet. Don't go anywhere. I'll see you after this.
Hi guys, I'm Becky Alexander Frost, and I own a pattern brand called RJF Makes. RJF Makes is my initials, which is Rebecca Jane Alexander Frost, and most of you might know me as Baffer in the studio when John and Vic say our Baffer when I message in. Favourite thing to make? I think people know me by now. I like to make bags, as you can see. I've got a few bags behind me. Most of my patterns are bags, however there is a few craft style patterns available as well. Claim to fame, I used to previously be on another sewing channel with John and Vix and the team. And basically I used to work alongside some famous pattern designers testing for them. What got me into sewing was my mom. When I was 5, I was standing next to her while she was sewing some bridesmaids dresses for me and my sister, and basically I asked if I could learn to sew. She said I was a bit immature, still immature by the way. She said I'm a bit young to learn, her words, and basically she said maybe when you're a bit older. So when I turned 8, I basically learned to hand sew, and by the age of 11 I had my first sewing machine. I'm now in my late 30s but still act that 8-year-old. My favourite tools or top tips. So I have 2 best friends. One's called the Bulky Sea Maid, which is this, and one is called Quilt Star. This will help anybody, the Bulky Sea Maid will help anybody if yours got something bulky going underneath your presser foots. This will stop any stitches from jumping and basically missing a stitch. Now this is my best friend when I come to put in zips, and you'll see me use this a lot, I mean a lot. Thank you ever so much, and I'll see you all soon. Bye.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day. Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
Hi everybody, welcome back to Sewing Street. We're having a really busy morning here. It is wonderful to have your company. Do please get in touch with the studio and let us know what you're doing today, won't you? Apart from watching us, obviously. We've had loads of lovely messages about how excited everyone is for this show, and to see Becky Alexander Frost, our wonderful buffer. Now, a third of the stock of the pattern and hardware is already gone, so I'm going to crack straight on and show you. This is the project that we are focusing on today. The mini, not so mini, the mini project case. Yeah, I was thinking CD case size, but this is certainly considerably bigger than that, but still incredibly portable, useful, everything's there.
Definitely.
So inside you've got a flap pocket, great space for your embroidery hoop or all sorts of things. You could have your machine embroidery hoop in there with things like stabilizers. You've got 2 clear vinyl pockets there. Nice bit of glitter on that, thank you very much. The whole thing folds up. You've got another zip pocket on the front. Other way, thank you very much. Saw me there, like, come on, get my fingers under there. And then I know it's a small detail, but I'm completely in love with this flap and the binding. Lovely message. Morning, lovely Stuart. Great show this morning. Becky's case is a fab, very practical. Becky is a superstar, always there if you get stuck.
Oh, thank
it's everything.
you.
It's everything. Thank you, Becky. We all appreciate that. It's a smaller version of your Keep It Together.
It is, yeah. That was a big monster, and everybody was basically saying that it's too big to take on holiday.
Okay.
So I basically had to design something smaller to put in your suitcase or your backpack.
Something that was portable.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, you could pop this in a tote bag, carry it actually, wherever you want to go and do some crafting. I love crafting on the go. Now, graphics on screen at the moment are for your full pattern, but you're also getting your essential hardware. For this project, in particular, what you're getting there is a long length of continuous zip.
Yep.
Now, the zips are all bright.
Yeah, they are. All bright
They're all
colours.
bright. They're not all going to be pink. You might get orange. You might get another colour. You're also going to get 4 zip pulls. And again, they're all assorted and they're all bright. Now, over half of this option has already sold out. Well done if you've got yours. If you are thinking about it, if it's in your shopping basket, you know what I'm going to say. Please check out, because otherwise they're going to start dropping out and you will miss out. So this is our most popular at the moment. Dawn says, hey Buffer, I can't wait to see the mini project bag. You've done it again, lovely.
Oh.
So that's our most popular option. Now you can also get the pattern on its own if you prefer. What would I need to add? What am I going to need to add for this?
It's on the back.
Okay. Oh, well, it's okay then. I haven't got my reading glasses, but I'll give it a go. You're going to need 20 inches by 12 inches of PVC clear vinyl, okay? But in terms of the actual things, 3 12-inch number 5 zips. Any more zip than that?
No, just for it.
So 3 12-inch number 5 zips with pulls. Okay, so that's the extra hardware that you would need. $13.50 for that. Brian has got in touch to say, love the full size, but I'm so ridiculously excited for this. Can't wait to make this. Love you, Becky. That's from Bryony.
Thank you.
Gorgeous. Yeah, if you've got the Keep It Together organiser, this is like the little baby. But it's not tiny baby.
It's not tiny, it's a toddler.
This is that like, oh my goodness, it weighed how much? This is the 14-pounder, isn't it? Excellent. Yeah, now we need some iron-on interfacing for this project, right?
Yeah, you do.
Iron-on interfacing, you've used the hemline.
Yep.
Okay, so this is a medium weight iron-on interfacing. You get 1 metre by 1 metre. Okay, you might already have this in your stash, but if you haven't, this is a great time to grab it. How much do I need for the project?
1 metre.
1 metre, so this is perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So great thing to add into your basket. It's $3.99. Well, I was going to say actually I'd multi-buy this because it is the bane of my life if I ever run out of interfacing.
With bag making, it's always an essential anyway to have in your...
It is. This deserves a place in your stash, doesn't it? Okay. Now then, also, you've used sew-in our form, haven't you?
In our form.
So we've got some in our form right here. This piece right here is $10.99. You get for that 1/2 metre. It's 150 centimetres wide. So now, in terms of how much of this am I going to use?
You don't need that much. However,
half?
Yeah, half, and then the next project and the next hour that I'm doing will go on the other half.
Use the other half?
Yeah.
Oh, amazing, amazing. Or just thinking, this isn't the kind of project you're going to make once.
No.
By any means. Anybody who sees you with it's going to say, how did you, would you, can I? Okay. So this piece, $10.99, will make 2. Perfect. That's sew-in our form.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Now, we've got some fabric options for you. You might use your stash, of course, but if you fancy a bit of gorgeous fabric, let's have a look. Now, we've got a pink and blue bundle. Let's start with this gorgeous floral. Oh, okay, now, you are going to get... This is like all the fabric you need. So you've got your main feature fabric, 1/2 metre. That is delish. That's Moda. Beautiful, big fan of that. Then you're also getting some complementary solids. Now you get 1/2 metre of the deep blue, and then you're getting a fat quarter. So you've got Copen, that's Copen, 1/2 metre of Copen. You're getting a fat quarter of turquoise, bright peacock, and bright pink. 2 fat quarters, and that really complements your feature fabric beautifully. Loving that. Love that combination. Then you also get clear PVC. Now you're getting half a metre. This is a lot more than you need for the project, right?
A lot more, way a lot more. You only
At least
need,
2.
Oh, you get, pocket-wise, you'll get 16 out of that easy.
Oh my goodness me. So that's a real great buy. Now for all of that fabric and the PVC, $17.99. There's no pattern included in that, obviously. You need your pattern separately. We know you want to mix and match. You might well be using your stash fabrics. If you like this fabric collection, buy the pattern as well. In fact, I think the best way to do this is to get your pattern plus zips. And then you've got everything that you need. Get your in-R form, your interfacing as well. Okay, next up, let's go. Yeah, this is a gorgeous combination of colours. Now this is again Moda. Absolutely lovely. That's gorgeous. That's almost like an Indian block print, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. Half a metre of that. Then you're getting your 2 fat quarters of complementary solids that go with raspberry and salmon. Absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, wouldn't necessarily serve that for dinner. Raspberry and salmon, surprise. And then you're also getting half a metre of seeded natural. Okay. And then, of course, all essential, half a metre of your PVC. This is a clear PVC. Really nice quality, that as well. Our third fabric pack is very, very pretty. Really nice, this one. So starting out with your main feature fabric, this is a Riley Blake and it's called Whimsical Romance. I had one of those. It was 1992. That long hot summer. Gorgeous. You're also then getting your fat quarters in, is that, I want to say avocado. Sage.
Or sage.
Sage and lavender. Sage and lavender. Gorgeous. Then you've got this is a light pink, is your main fabric, and then you're getting half a metre of the vinyl, all for $17.99. Amazing value fabric packs, those.
They are.
Oh, Louise has a question before we go on. Quick question. How big is the mini project case, please?
Right. So it's 10 1/4 by 10 1/2 by 1 1/4.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. And visually, my hands for scale. We were laughing about this earlier, but my hands for scale.
I think it's because I took the picture from my top camera.
Okay.
And it's like really high up my top camera.
Were you a long, long way away? It's a bit far on the 10, isn't it? It's not really small, it's just far away.
Far away.
Absolutely brilliant. Right then, shall we crack on?
Shall we crack on? Shall I just say the pink bundle is, if they actually made the Keep It Together monster bag, as people have been calling it, it was actually made out of that fabric. So if they wanted to match it, so yeah, so I'm just putting the feeler out there. Right, okay, so with the pattern, I actually explain all the how to make your own binding, because you will have to make your own bias binding out of one of the fat quarters, and how to attach it, and that's all at the front, because then basically it's not taking up too much in the actual pattern itself.
Gotcha.
So Office have asked me to show you how to install the zip pulls, because obviously they're not installed. So first of all, you're going to cut down your zips down to 12 inches, so you'll get 3 zips out of that. And then you basically just trim it off with a pair of scissors that isn't your fabric scissors. You can cut through these. It's not metal, it's nylon, so it's not going to do anything. Right, so you're going to pull the teeth apart, and then you're going to get your zip pull. So your zip pull has got a triangle top and then a flat bottom. So the triangle top is what feeds onto the actual zip first. So the way I actually do it is just hold it at an angle, pull the zipper apart slightly more, feed that in, and then wait until you've got the tape level at the back. Push that on with that finger, twist it round, put your 2 fingers on there, and she says, oh, it's just clicked off and gone. There you go. What did we say? We were taking a mick out of. There you go.
It's just making sure you've got it on enough in the
Yeah,
first
you've got to hear
place,
that
isn't
click,
it?
haven't you? There you go. There you go. Right, so you've got your fingers there, and then you pull it.
Perfect.
You will always get a bit of a kink. Just spread the teeth apart, and then you can push the teeth back together at the top.
Now, may I just ask, while
Yeah.
you're doing that, if you wanted to install 2 zip pulls on the same zip?
Do you want me to do that?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Right, okay, so I'll take the zip pull off that one.
Thank you.
Right, so you've installed it, you pull it to the other end, and you always have one set of teeth longer than the other. So your pull has got to be installed onto the teeth that is longer. So my actual longest piece is here. So I'm going to have to put this on this side.
So this is the triangle bit again.
Yeah. Feed that in. Click it down.
Sorry to make you do
No,
the
no,
same
no.
difficult thing twice.
Click it down. Pop your finger or thumb. And there you go.
Hello, look at that.
So it's so easy. You don't need any tools, but if you want to, there's like a tutorial on my website, and I teach you how to use a normal kitchen fork.
You've just shown us.
Yeah. So
Absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much for
It's
showing
okay.
that twice. Brilliant.
It's
okay,
okay.
so that's a really useful skill that we've all learned, me included.
right. Okay. So generally you can push the teeth together, but if you can't, you just basically sew over it, so it stops the actual the zipper pull coming off.
Yeah, after you've gone to the trouble of putting it on, you don't want to pull it off
No,
accidentally.
you don't. So you
I've
just sew
done that
over.
so many times when I'm making bags.
Yeah, I constantly used to do it all the time. To be fair, you're looking at my socks, aren't you? I can't sew with my shoes on.
Oh no, I knew you stitched barefoot. There's so many sewers that can't sew with their shoes on.
No, it's just come a habit, I think. Yeah. Right, okay, so I've sewn the ends, and like I say, it's not metal teeth, so you can sew over it. Right, so I'm going to pop that to one side. Right, so first of all, we're going to start off with the flap. Okay.
And as always, your instructions are so detailed, such a hand to hold, which is what I want from instructions.
Yeah.
Even if it's something simple and straightforward, I still want the designer's hand holding mine.
Yeah, I sometimes have a bit of a laugh and a joke in the pattern as well, so it's got a bit of me in there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right, so you're going to need your lining. Both lining and outer are interfaced. So get that interfacing out and do that. You're going to need 3 inches of Velcro, and you're going to need the soft side or the hard side. It's been a long time since I wrote this.
And make sure you get the one which is sew and sew.
So yeah, but I am going to use quilter's tape to stick it into position anyway. So it's the rougher side that you need. So you're going to put the soft side to one side, and on the wrong side of the rough side.
Oh, you and your quilter's tape.
Yep, I love my quilter's tape.
We had it on yesterday. We've actually got it in stock.
Wow.
We've actually got it in stock, yes.
Yeah, because didn't you have the priming one last week?
That's right.
Yeah. Okay, so you're going to stick some quilter's tape on there. You're going to find the centre of the actual circle side. So you're just going to fold it in half and either press it or snip it. And then you're going to measure in. So using the measurement that's listed in the pattern, and measure that in from the curved side. And you're going to make sure that you've got a marking that's on the half. And then you're going to stick this into place.
Just to let you know, the pattern with zips included is heavily oversubscribed. There are twice as many of you with this in your baskets than we actually have stock of. Now, if you check out your baskets right away, you'll make sure that you get yours. Otherwise, go for the pattern on its own. That is available, but again, very, very popular, so please be careful. Over half of that stock has already been checked out. $13.50 for that, and then you could add your own brightly coloured zips.
Well done, people.
Yeah, fantastic, well done.
Right, so I'm going to basically sew 1/8 of an inch all the way around, and make sure you reverse your stitch at the start and at the end, because when you're pulling it all the time, it will come apart. So keep a stitch length, a standard stitch length, which on this machine it's 2.4, but check your sewing machine basically.
Yeah, like you said, it's a stress point, isn't it?
There is, yeah. Just make sure those modes are on. There you go. Because I've got so lazy having this machine.
How do you mean?
Right, so I don't like lifting up the presser foot
Oh,
no more,
okay.
so I like it on the mode where it lifts it up itself.
Gotcha. Yeah, what, I have to do this myself?
Yes.
I'm like that when I don't use a machine that has thread cutter on it.
Oh, yeah,
like, what do you mean
yeah.
I have to cut the threads?
Well, I had to, mine's been in service this week, so I've had to go over to an old sewing machine, and I kept pressing the presser foot, which cuts the thread. And
like, we're not in Kansas anymore.
No.
You're using the 780
yeah.
Excellence from Elna. That's the one you have at home.
It is, yeah.
Beautiful machine.
My go-to machine.
You've got a few Elnas.
Yeah, I've had Elna since I was about 20, so close to 40. Right, okay, so I sewed all the way around. Not pretty, but doesn't matter. Right, you're going to pop these wrong sides together and clip all the way around. So get some clips out.
I've got to tell you, we've talked about your sewing journey, but I've got to tell you about Charlie, our director.
Oh, yeah.
He has become a sewer. He wasn't a sewer when he joined the team. I left some orphan blocks, some demo blocks behind after a show, and Charlie actually went out then and got himself a sewing machine.
Oh, wow.
And has put them together and has started sewing. He's been inspired by being here and watching and directing Sewing Street.
Well,
we're so proud of him.
At the moment, we've all got to learn to mend and make do, haven't we?
Yes, we do.
It's not being able to afford things.
Right.
So, brilliant.
Good skills.
Could be the next pattern designer.
Absolutely. Proud dad moment.
Yeah. Right, so you're going to basically base stitch all the way around. So I'm going to lengthen my stitch length to a 3 or 4. And I'm going to do about 1/8 of an inch away.
Single figures now, single figures on both the pattern itself and the pattern with accessories.
Yeah.
So just check out those last few baskets, please. Now we are going to try, we're going to ask. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, okay. You sell out, you. Not quite, but nearly. We're not even halfway through the show. Well done, everyone that got their copy. Absolutely brilliant. Well, bags are gorgeous to make, but when they're so practical as well.
Yeah. And we're all going on holiday at the moment. We all need those projects, aren't you? You're not going on holiday this year? No. But you are going this year, aren't you?
I'm going on a working holiday to America in October, November. Yeah. starts off three days in New York doing the fashion district. Then we train down to Boston in Massachusetts, big tour of New England.
Wow.
And then Cape Cod, and then fly to Houston Quilt Festival for 2 days.
So is that like,
It's a working
how long
holiday.
are you over there for then?
About 15 days.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Wow. Right, the flat edge here, so the 2 corners, you're going to measure in and draw a square of 1/2 inch. Now I'm hoping this shows up. Yep. Might not show up on the camera, but
Now
I
we can see
it.
that.
Cool. And then you're going to find something round in your sewing box, like a thread spool. I can't say thread, so...
Don't worry about it.
So I'm just going to use my quilter's tape, and you're going to match up the 2 marks and then draw around it.
This is going to make binding the edges easier, right?
It is. How did you know?
I was just looking, thinking, oh, it's so lovely. Well, I said right at the start, this is my favourite bit. I love the whole project, but this, I know it's a small thing, it's a small detail, but I just think it's such a thing of beauty. And the stripy binding, hello.
Hello. I
Tula
like
pink?
Tula Pink. I loved it.
course.
You said that yesterday. I'm sorry, I had to laugh when you said about
did
the
you agree
dandelion.
though? Oh yeah, who's your daddy?
I did put it on Facebook. Who's your daddy?
I know, sorry. Yeah, just came to me more naturally. But, you know, was I right that you would use those fabrics for bag making?
Yeah, I would use a lime green faux leather.
Nice.
So nice bright lime green faux leather with that.
Gorgeous.
Right, okay. So I've prepared my binding. I teach that in the booklet at the start on how to make it and how to prep it. There is also a video on my YouTube on how to make bias binding.
Awesome.
So using the new Posh sewing machine, you're just going to fold in 1/2, 1/2 inch in, and just give that a good press.
Now the fabric bundle that Becky's using is down to single figures. If you'd like to use the same fabrics that Becky's using, that's that gorgeous, really vibrant,
Nice.
blue rose, pink leaved, just delicious.
I can see a man's shirt in that.
Me too.
I know.
On John.
On you and John.
On me or John.
Yeah.
We could swap heads. It's Moda Paisley range if you want to search for it on the website, if you want some coordinates. We've also got Copen Blue in there, 1/2 metre. You've got fat quarters of peacock and bright pink. And then you've also got 1/2 metre of the essential clear vinyl, which you're going to use for the internal pockets. Plenty of fabric there to make the project for £17.99, but we have just got single figures. Now, we've also got another bundle from the same range, Moda Paisley. This is a beautiful floral, pink and orange floral, which is just stunning, isn't it? Love that. And then you've got some coral and some salmon and raspberry coordinates. They're your fat quarters, and then you've also got 1/2 metre of seeded natural, plus your 1/2 metre of vinyl, again £17.99. How are you getting on, Becky?
Fine, right. So you've got the actual flap now. You're going to open up the binding on one side. Starting off on the flatter side, not the curvier side, you're going to pin the binding right sides together all the way around. So I'm just going to quickly do that. When you've got these 2 little sharp corners, you're going to have to snip into the bias binding. So...
How far do you snip into it, Becky?
Well, I actually snip into quite a lot of the seam, just so I can get around that corner.
So like pretty much down to the fold?
Yeah. However, you know where I attach it to the back of the body? Mm-hmm. It actually covers up any of the mistakes that you see underneath.
You are top stitching, aren't you, at the end of the day?
Yeah. So if you make any mistakes on this corner, don't worry about it, because we are going to cover it up when we top stitch that onto there. So.
Good morning to Lynn. Lynn said good morning. So many people messaged in before you came on saying hi. Jan's messaged in. Morning, Stuart. Hi, Becky.
Hi, Jan.
We do love it when you get in touch. It does make our morning. Don't forget, it's really easy to get in touch if you've got any questions.
Yeah.
Now's your chance to ask. Now, Festival of Quilts is coming up. You are going to be visiting
on the Sunday.
Brilliant. And you can come and do a meet and greet?
I'm hoping. I'm going to speak to Hayley in a bit.
Fab.
I've only just found out where the offices are. Here.
Oh, bless you. It's a big building, isn't it?
It's a massive building.
Don't get lost. Drop breadcrumbs would be my advice. Biscuit crumbs, something like that.
I like the fact that you can watch all the other channels.
Isn't it? It's so surreal. Yeah.
Yes.
I remember coming here the first time and walking along, there's like a sort of a top viewing gallery, and you walk past and you see, there's a channel that's on, there's a channel that's on, and it's so strange because each is so self-contained. When you're watching on TV, it's easy to forget that there are things going on all around.
Yeah, I was just sitting out there and one presenter just finished on the Hobbycraft in the morning, and I went, oh, she's famous.
Becky, you're famous.
No.
You're famous.
I went, hi.
Aww. So you'll be at Festival of Quilts on Sunday, so if we see you, we should give you a high five.
Yeah, of course.
Fab. I'm really excited about the show. I love it.
Right, okay, so when you come to the bit where we've got the bit underneath, you're just going to cut about an inch overlapping. And then you're just going to overlap, and then we're going to basically stitch all the way in that ditch along all the way around.
Normal stitch length?
I'm going to knock it down to a 2.2 because we're going around corners when it wants to go.
So is that a tip generally if you're sewing curves, shorter stitch length?
Slightly shorter stitch length, yeah. I don't actually do like the minute stitches, but... Make sure you reverse your stitch at the start and at the end.
It's a good reminder because a lot of us quilters, we're not used to doing that.
No, exactly. And if you're making this from a, you basically are a quilter and it's your first case, please do backstitch. Or at least tie off your stitches.
Oh, I'll take the back stitch, thank you.
Yeah, me too. Tying off's too long.
Yeah. Now I notice you're using a walking foot throughout.
Yeah.
You always use a walking foot?
Yeah, because I'm lazy.
Tell me what that means.
No, I used to make loads of bags every day and sell them.
Yeah.
And I couldn't constantly keep swapping my foot over because it takes your time up, doesn't it? But a walking foot just means, on this machine, it means that you get an even feed all the way through because it's aqua feed.
Yeah.
So even with your top stitching, sometimes you'll notice with your top stitching, your stitches are going off at an angle.
Yes.
There's a little dial at the back. As long as you've got it on the aqua feed dial, you can twist that dial on the side, and it straightens up your stitches as well.
Amazing.
So people are always asking me why have I got a straight stitch line. It's because the fact that I've got a dial on the side.
Gotcha. It just goes to show, doesn't it, sometimes the right equipment can actually make the difference between, you know, almost right and perfect.
Yeah, exactly. Right, so I've just basically stitched all the way around, and you're going to iron this to the front. It will go. You can shrink bias binding. Did you know that?
I didn't know that.
Right, so if it's not going around the corners very well, spritz it with water and use high heat, and it will basically shrink the fibres slightly.
Oh, okay.
So it'll go round better.
Is that with ready-made or homemade? Either?
Both.
Oh, cool. It's worth knowing. I always iron my binding when I'm binding a quilt. I always iron round it once I've added it on one side.
Yep. It means that it's a neater finish as well. Then I
really flush.
Yeah, and then I get the quilter's tape out.
Of course you do. Of course you do. Can you sew without that? No.
Yeah, I can, but it's just come a lazy factor of mine, basically.
Now, talking of loving, are you loving the new Elisa wine? We're all crushing on it this week. Have you used it before?
Yeah. I want this. I've used because this is the second version, isn't it? Because it lifts up higher.
Oh, okay.
This one lifts up higher.
Uh-huh.
Right, so I was miring the old version, but now I've seen this one. It's a nice weight as well, isn't it?
It's a really good weight. You don't even have to lift it up. You can just put it flat.
It's just normal.
I know.
Oh, yeah.
You have to go against years of training, don't you?
Yeah.
But the other thing I love about it is there's like a gap at the front, so you can go under pockets, under pleats, under, so useful.
Yeah, exactly.
There it goes. It never fails, Becky. You can turn that off as well, actually, if you don't want it to rise up on the legs.
No, but what's the point of having it when you think about it?
Or well, sometimes if I'm adding interfacing, I will just let go of the iron. Or if I'm, doing lots of half square triangles, I'll leave the iron on while I prep the next one.
Yeah.
But you can turn that function off. But yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Why would you?
Yeah, why would you?
Oh, Barbara's got in touch to say, sorry folks, missed the beginning. How big is the mini project case? Not so mini, actually,
Not so
Barbara.
mini.
I can tell you, while Becky does that, it is height 10¼ inches, width 10½ inches, depth 1¼ inches. Now, the pattern with hardware is currently sold out. The pattern on its own, we've got 5 left. We've got 42 of them in baskets. Now, I didn't do maths at university, Becky. We're just going to put it out there. But I know that there's a lot of people going to be disappointed. It's a really popular pattern. The Sewing Bozel has sold out. The bundle that Becky's working with, there are 3 of these left. But how many in baskets? 24 in baskets. Okay, please check out the raspberry and salmon. Really, really popular, this one. We're in our teens. Don't forget, you get your PVC with every bundle. Princess Maya's got in touch to say, morning, babe. Morning, Stuart.
Morning.
Are you babe and I'm Stuart? I want to be babe. I much prefer to tie off. I find it neater with no bird nesting. It's a good point. I just can't bring myself to do it. Slightly off topic, but we don't mind. Great demo as always. May I ask what the quilt is behind? You certainly may ask, Margaret. The quilt that's hanging behind Becky is made using... You carry on, you're all right. You don't have to bog down, my love. You're short enough. We're both littlies, aren't we? We're both a bit challenged with this. I'm on my tiptoes constantly. It is made using Tilda's brand new fabric range called Chic Escape. I'm going to be showing you that range in the next hour, so stick with us. And I'm also going to be showing you brand new cave pre-cuts, which have been absolutely flying out. We've got 10-inch charms, 5-inch charms, we've got brand new 2.5-inch design rolls and fat quarter bundles. I'll give you a quick show while... Oh, hello, thank you. Can this just go in the boot of my car, please? The photos on the web don't really show you very much, but we've got gorgeous blue bundle, a pink and purple bundle. These are delicious. Look at those. Oh, lovely, gorgeous. And then we've also got 5-inch charms, again, of all those going very, very fast. These are really in danger. We've also got design rolls, which are just my kind of lollipop. Beautiful. And then 10-inch charms, again in both colourways. I'll give you a proper good tour of those in the next hour, but yeah, in danger, so be quick. Back to you, Becky. So flat made, 2 lines of top stitching or just one?
No, just one, but
Just one.
my machine had a bit of a nicky fit, so...
Oh, okay.
So it was... Yeah, it's my fault. Oh, hello. Thank you. Thank you. Right,
Thank
okay.
you.
Right, so I'm going to work on the outer pocket now. Right, so you're going to get the top piece and you're going to fold it over 1/4 of an inch on the one side. And then you've got your bottom pieces, which is your main outer and your lining, both interfaced.
Is that the hemline medium weight?
Yep.
Perfect.
And this one's interfaced as well. Right, so getting your zip and quilter's tape. You're going to run quilter's tape along this edge here.
My bad. I sold out of that yesterday, sorry.
It's okay.
You'd think by now we'd have it delivered by the lorry load, wouldn't you? Because we know how useful it is, but that's why I always say get 2 when you can.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you ever buy anything like in ones apart from a sewing machine? Like when you see nice zips, do you ever just buy one?
No.
No.
No, I buy meters. Loads.
Yeah.
Right, so I've peeled that off. Right, so the reason why the zips are longer, because they technically only need to be 10 1/4, 10 1/2 inches. I like to keep the pull off, because if you have to lift up your presser foot, you'll notice that sometimes you get a bit of a wiggle. Yeah, so with these zips, please do actually shrink them. So if you iron the back, steam it, pre-shrinks it. So anybody that's, because I keep getting asked, why is my zip wavy?
Yes.
So it means that you haven't shrunk the zip.
You genius, you.
Right, okay, so now I've...
Top tip.
Right, so you pull your zip pull to the very far end, flip this over, and you're going to line the edge to the zipper tape. And you're going to basically stitch this using a zipper foot. Now I just realised I haven't brought all the zipper foot through, so I'm going to do it with my...
Do you want me to go and get it?
No, I've got the zipper foot. It's the shank bit.
I can go and get that for you.
I think it's in the tub there.
In the tub? In the tub? There's a tub?
And I need the screwdriver, please.
Okay, we can do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's a cupboard full of quilts in this building that none of us knew existed until this week.
Thank you.
And there's a tub that there's everything in that we didn't know existed. You want a screwdriver,
Yes,
don't
please.
you? 19 rolls of Wonder Tape were hiding in it that you've just found. Oh my goodness! They're going to go on the web. They're going to go on the web.
This isn't the right zipper foot.
That's not the right zipper foot. So that's, oh my goodness, thank goodness for the tub.
Is that the one there? No.
It's not that one, is it?
No, I can put it on with the walking foot.
I think that's all of the feet, to be honest with you,
Yeah.
that we've got there.
Have it back.
Sorry, have it back. Oh, we've got a different one now.
That could be the 720 tub.
Wonder Tape is now on... There it is. It's on the graphics. You can order that if you would like. Half of the stock has gone straight into baskets. I'm sorry, Betty.
It's okay, don't worry about it. Right, so I am going to...
Oops.
Right, so I'm going to basically stitch as close as I can get to the zip. Good thing is there's no heavy stabiliser, so it won't move the walking foot over. So you're doing 1 centimetre away from the edge.
And we do like an exposed zip, Becky, anyway, don't we?
We do,
Which is a good reason to not use a zipper
And that's
foot.
why there's brightly coloured ones in there.
Yeah.
So, right, so we're going to press this over.
The tape's sold out again, Becky.
I'm so sorry.
Do you ever feel like you should have invested in a product?
Yeah, I do. I wish I actually invented it.
Yeah.
You're going to top stitch 1/8 of an inch away from that edge.
I love that combination of fabrics.
It's lush, isn't it?
Really lush.
Right, so when you top stitch, you make sure you've got a decent top stitch length. I'm going up to stitch length number 3. There you go.
While you sew that zip in, can I just ask?
Yeah.
In a Madonna, what
Way.
you looking at? What's that webbing for?
What's that webbing for?
What's that webbing for?
Right, so open up the case. So you've got webbing in the centre and then webbing on the outside centre. To stop it from whatever you're putting in getting crushed.
Like a spine?
Like a spine.
Perfect.
So the reason why you've got webbing either side is because I did do one in the trial run and it was still getting crushed a bit.
Yeah.
Even though I did one with interfacing on, it was still getting crushed. So
And
I
if you look at that with the spine, it doesn't crush.
Yeah.
It doesn't wrinkle.
So it means if you actually make several of these and you've got a shelf, you can put them on and you can put some text on the actual spine as well.
Love that. I could use my embroidery machine to embroider. That's what that webbing's for.
That's what webbing's for. Right, okay.
Love it. We've got lots of webbing that's too thick, but we have got some that's right. This is right, isn't it? This is good. So we've got, that's the blue. That's the blue. The rainbow one that's it's too thick. It's really for straps. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, really for straps. But the blue, this is perfect. Graphics are on screen. £1.49 for 1.5 meters. So one's plenty.
One is.
That would go gorgeous with the roses, wouldn't it? The one you're using.
Yeah.
Absolutely lovely. And then basically the white one would work with everything else. So we've also got white, and this is absolutely perfect. Would that be too thick?
Yeah, that's faux leather underneath,
Yeah.
isn't it? So yeah.
Yeah, that would be too thick, yeah. So.
Now the next project.
All right, super, thank you.
That'd be nice on the next project.
Yeah, it would. We'll
Yeah.
keep it.
Yeah. Right, okay, so you've got your bottom piece, outer bottom piece, and you're going to peel off the quilter's tape. You're going to flip this over and you're going to pop it on this side of the zip. What you're going to try and do is match up these edges here. And then flip that over and then stick that into position.
Which makes it so much easier, doesn't it?
It does. And then you're just going to run quilter's tape on that side. Quilter's tape, don't use normal sticky tape because I have seen some people doing that. Quilter's tape doesn't actually gunk up in your sewing machine.
Right, yeah. Don't
And
use the
this-
stuff that's made for paper crafting.
Yeah, basically service engineers thanked me the other day for using quilter's tape because he's had machines come in recently that have
Yeah.
got normal double-sided sticky tape in and it's ruined the
Pushed into them.
to the mechanism underneath.
Ouch, okay, yeah.
So, straight edge, wrong side facing up and right side facing down, but you're going to match it up to the zip on the wrong side of the zip. And then we're just going to sew that into place. So you're going to basically stitch that into place.
Perfect, thank you. Kim's had a good old morning. Kim's at work, but
What?
she managed to sneak onto her phone and get the bundle that she wanted.
Yay!
Well done there, Kim. Like it, like your style. I once bought a massage table on eBay while I was at school. Just surreptitiously
Yeah,
on the
kids,
computer.
just get on with yourselves.
Yeah, all the children all knew I was doing it. Terrible. Teresa's got in touch to say, morning Stuart and Becky, lovely show today.
Morning.
Love this project case. It is gorgeous. It's been so popular.
Thank you.
Princess Maya's got back in touch to say, you're definitely a babe, Stuart. Thank you very much.
Right, so I'm basically pop those right side facing out and we're just going to press along this edge. I'm still putting it up right.
Yeah,
It's natural, isn't
yeah,
it?
it is.
Oh, okay. Just make sure the edges are matching up.
And leave the iron flat.
Yeah.
There we go.
You're going to top stitch twice on this side. And you're probably asking why didn't I top stitch twice
Why?
on that side? Because once we've attached this to the body, you will top stitch and do the second row of
To hold it in
stitches.
place.
Yeah. So I'm just going to do one top stitching
All
because I
in the
checked the time.
instructions.
Yeah.
That's a lovely sewing machine, isn't it?
It is. It goes through, feeds through beautifully. Best investment I ever made.
Yeah. I think if you're going to do a lot of bag making, a machine like that, spot on.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm doing a quilt at the moment, and my throat space on the 720 wasn't as big as this. It's just slightly under. And the quilt is really big that
Makes
I'm doing.
a massive difference.
It does make a massive difference. And I'm not hurting my back when doing it. Right, so we need to attach this to this. So we're going to fold this in half, find the centre. So I just like to snip it. And this is the other side of the Velcro. And you're going to measure in 1 inch. Okay, and run quilter's tape along that.
And that's a double-sided tape, isn't it? That's really important.
Yeah, because you can get quilter's tape that's single-sided, can't you? So,
yeah. But that's not the stuff we need.
What would you use that for?
You use it for marking quilting lines.
Oh, yes.
It's a 1/4 of an inch wide. It's basically like 1/4 of an inch wide masking tape.
Yes.
And you use it for if you want to do outline quilting.
Never thought about that.
Yeah, if you search for quilter's tape on the website, that will come up.
Yeah.
And that's a different thing. So you don't want that. It's the double-sided
It's the
you want. We have at the
double-sided.
moment sold out of that, I'm afraid.
Right, okay, so where the centre is, you're going to just pop that, matching it up next to the quarters roll, and then you're just going to top stitch around that, and you want to go through all the layers.
It's incredible, the machine's going through those layers.
It is, and what helps is the size of the needle as well. So if
So what do you recommend?
as the project gets thicker, you need a size 16 needle.
And what's that in old money? Is that 90?
No, size 16.
16?
No, I'm gone. That's 100. Yeah.
It's 100.
100, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, old money. Do you know what my nickname is at home?
Go on.
My mum's and dad's nicknamed me Freppence.
Freppence, yeah.
Because my mum used to call me Freppence because of old money, because I was the third one along.
Ah, that's cute. So if you've got a sibling who's called Tuppence?
I think they did have names. I just know mine, but they don't call me Freppence no more because I'm old and I can answer back.
Oh, that's not fair. I'm going to call you Threepence from now on. We were on holiday once and met a chap who was called Septimus.
Wow.
Because he was the 7th child, Septimus. I thought that was such a cool name.
That's a cool name, actually.
It is a cool name.
Right, okay, so you're going to get your main body lining piece, main outer body piece.
This is going to be an outer body experience, I can feel
Yep.
it.
Right, okay, so you're going to get your zip pull into the centre. You can stitch over that if you want to. I'm not going to do it. And you're going to match it up. You can run quilter's tape along that if you want to, but don't waste your quilter's tape, just pin it, because there's no obscure fabric like PU or anything.
Mm-hmm.
Make sure it matches up to the best ability.
Mm-hmm. Do love the fact that there's outer pocket and those inner pockets as well. It's ever such a useful piece of kit, this. I love it.
It's a needle keeper.
Oh,
I made that.
Little magnetic.
It's a button. It's a button without the shank on the back.
Right.
2 magnets, but you have to have Pacific magnets.
Right.
And then cover it with fabric.
Ah, very clever. Very clever.
Okay. Right, okay, so you're going to top stitch down this edge first and all the way around. You're going to go all the way around, and then you're going to do 1 row of stitches 1/4 of an inch away from there. Have I got time to do that?
Yeah, go on,
Yeah.
go for it.
Okay. I heard Hannah. Yeah.
And that's when you said you only top stitch once on this side of the zip, because this is when you're going to attach it and it secures the pocket.
Sorry, the machine's playing up. I'm going to have to sort it out there.
No worries.
Okay.
Sewing machines always wait until they're on live television, don't they, to become unthreaded or for the bobbin to run out. That's certainly been my experience.
I know what it was, is I moved the presser foot and basically...
It's so quiet though. Just had to come over for a look because I thought, oh,
it's not stitching.
I did think it wasn't stitching. I thought the thread had come out because it was so quiet. You know when a machine comes unthreaded, it sounds different. But that's what yours sounds like all the time. It's really quiet.
Well, we live in an apartment block and it's an old-fashioned building and the floors are so squeaky you can hear sewing machines downstairs, I've been told. Not by my landlord, but by the tenants downstairs.
Oh.
So I basically said, I need a softer machine.
Yeah.
And what helps is getting one of those mats underneath as well. They're so easy mats.
Yeah. Oh, beautiful. Love it.
Right, so I've done the rows of stitches. Now I'm just going to stitch all the way around. Make sure your zip pulls back in the centre.
You know, I mentioned earlier on, Becky, that Charlie, our director, has started sewing. Becky, who is, she's not in today, but she's our other multi-skilled operator. She actually sent me pictures last night of her first ever sewing project.
Wow.
She has made some heart-shaped coasters, quilted coasters, for in the garden.
Oh.
Super proud. Super proud.
As I know time's going flying on, I'm just going to talk you through the rest.
All right, cool.
So pretend I've stitched all the way around. You're going to cut off the excess zipper to the actual outer edge. Then you're going to get your sewing,
in our form.
In our form, that's it, yeah. And you're going to pop that on top, and you're going to pop some pins in that. Then you're going to base stitch. Now I use a stitch length number 5, but depending on what machine that you have, it might go up to a stitch length number 4. But you go 1/4 of an inch all the way around. Make sure you reverse your stitch at the start and at the end. Then you trim this back to the actual the edge of the fabric. Now normally I say trim it out of the actual seam allowance, but not for this because you need it in the binding to give you that nice crisp binding edge. Once you've cut it off, you're going to attach this. Now to attach this, you need to find the centre of this edge here, and then you're going to find the centre of this long edge here. Make a mark on both of those. In the pattern it tells you to measure up and then measure across, and you're going to measure across 1 5/8. And then on the back here you're going to run quilter's tape from this edge to about 3/4 of an inch away. Peel it off and pop that on where that marking is on the 1 5/8. And then on the top of here you're going to draw a 1 inch line and then top stitch as close as you can to the edge and down that 1 inch line. So the reason being is when you put the binding on at the very end, it means that you can fold this out the way and get it underneath your presser foot when you put the binding on.
Got you. I've got you. Yeah. Spot on.
And it also means that it's attached to the foam rather than the actual outer fabric, so it won't wear away.
Yeah, no, that's really, really
off.
secure. Absolutely fab. You can just see that there, you've got that little gap. Becky, it's been a brilliant hour.
No, it's all right.
Learned so much. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
You're back in an hour, aren't you?
Yeah.
With another fantastic project, which is, this is so gorgeous. This is so gorgeous. Love the strap on it. It is absolutely beautiful. The front detail as well. It is such a cool bag. It is sensational. So that's the next hour, the Park Lane bag. Already going very fast on pre-order. Remember how popular this hour's been. I would get ahead if I were you. Becky, thanks so much. I'll see you in an hour.
Yep.
Right then, so we're going to have a break. When we come back, we've got the brand new Cafe pre-cuts. We've also got the Tilda Chic Escape. We've got fabulous full bundle and also some colour bundles. We've got the coordinates as well. So, and I'm also going to be showing you all around how I made the quilt too. So I'll see you after the break. See you in a couple of minutes.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
It's amazing how many chocolate biscuits you can eat in 4 minutes. Now then, I shouldn't really, should I? This hour, I'm so excited because we've got brand new K-Facet pre-cuts. They have been selling like hot layer cakes. Absolutely gorgeous. We're going to have a proper look at those first of all. Let's start with the Fat Quarter bundles. We've got Mars and Neptune. Which one do you want to start with? Let's start with Mars. Now I'm assuming that's the pinks and reds. Beautiful. I'm going to open this up. Now in your bundle, you have got a pack of 20 Fat Quarters. Oh, he doesn't want me to get in. Okay, what are you like? You're teasing me, you're teasing me. Now these arrived literally last night in the warehouse. And so of course, naturally, we couldn't wait to, hello lovely, couldn't wait to get them. Wow, 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 wow. Look at that. Oh, just incredible. Beautiful, beautiful, vibrant colour and pattern. That is just sensational. Wow, look at that. That is absolutely joyful, isn't it? And I love how it goes from the sort of lighter tones all the way through to the darkest shades. Each of those fabrics absolutely beautiful. Now you're getting, each of them is Fat Quarters. Now normally here on Sewing Street we don't sell Fat Quarters, we don't sell a lot of Fat Quarters. So when we get a Fat Quarter bundle, it is a very, very special day. That is absolutely juicy, unctuous, wonderful. Just beautiful. The inspirations behind these, essentially, flower gardens and shells, natural world, often. But you do see the different personalities of the different designers coming through. I'm always instantly drawn to Philip Jacobs fabrics. And Caves and Brandon's too, but I mean you can see there are distinctive. These are beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Yeah, Philip Jacobs is a very interesting guy. He's got a massive archive of vintage fabrics. He's a bit of a fossil collector as well, and just really inspired by all sorts of natural things. One of my favourites out of all of these prints is this one. Now, this is one of Brandon Mabley's fabrics. I just love the possibilities of this. Now, this in particular, I use this for sashing. So, and the fantastic thing about sashing when you cut it, or binding, is that you instantly get this not only stripy, but in blocks as well. It's just an incredible fabric to use for things like sashings or for bindings. Really cool. Lots of hot, spicy colour in this pack. This one is Mars, bringer of war. Do you like that? Yes, sorry, yes. If you've just joined us, hello, don't be alarmed. Hi. I'm actually quite gentle. Mars, the bringer of war. I'm a man. I love all the rainbows. These are all so cool. That is yummy. I want to make lovely little quilted bags out of these. Quilted pouches, wallets. I used these just very recently. I was doing, it was lollipop flowers, but actually Charlie took those blocks away and then made them up. Yeah. Director Charlie went out, got himself a sewing machine. There's various different rainbows, but that's one. Let me just show you the other two. This is the one on a red background. Whoops, get them up the right way. I mean, they're rainbows. They're Baptist fans, you know. They're kind of dragon scales as well, aren't they? So many different ways you could use that fabric. I think it's fab. And then there's also, I haven't seen this one before today, so I'm really excited to show you this. It's the black background. Black background. I'm there for it. I'm there for it. How gorgeous is that? And I love how Kaif's used like neon in this one, that neon lime, that neon yellow that really pops. Absolutely stunning collection of 20 fat quarters. If you're a fan of Kaif's books, any of his books really, you will know that he is one for using a lot of different fabrics in one quilt. Yeah, when you look at his quilt recipes, there are often 25, 30, 40 or more fabrics. If you have to go out and collect all of those different fabrics, that can feel hefty, a price tag. If you collect fat quarters, if you buy bundles as they become available and stash them away, then when you're ready to make one of his quilts, you've got lots of those elements already there, and it's nice just to draw on them. Now, I should also mention a big old happy birthday to Brandon Mabley, who is the third part of the collective. It was his birthday yesterday. A very happy birthday, Brandon. There is a hilarious picture on Instagram, on the K Facet Studio Instagram. Can we see it? Oh, we'll show it you. We'll show it you. Love these spots too. You know, I shouldn't have had that biscuit in the break. I want another one now. Don't let me have one. Don't let me have it. That's beautiful, isn't it? It's almost like sort of, you know, daubing paint. And that's so popular now, isn't it? The little dots of paint to create mandalas and decorate stones, things like that. Here's the birthday picture. Here we go. K Facet Studio, Instagram. I say, I never knew Brandon was so buff. That's amazing. He's obviously been working out. But it's a great place to see lots of inspiration, how to use your K Facet fabric bundles, your lovely fat quarters, all sorts of different ways. You'll see knitting, you'll see floral inspiration, tapestry. Just gorgeous. His crockery, of course, his paintings. Loads of inspiration there. Actually, do you mind just going back up a second? Because I thought, right about there, yes. Now that, mix some black with the Mars or the Neptune. Just mix some black in, or some greys and some blacks, and you could reproduce something like that very nicely. Squares and rectangles. Now that's from Kay Fassett in the studio. Stamps and Bricks tablecloth. Very lovely. Gorgeous. Oh, there's that lovely one I enjoy. I like that one. I love that one. Fab. Okay, good. So that's the Mars Fat Quarter Bundle, brand new today. It only arrived into our warehouse last night and already has been very, very popular. Now the other Mars pre-cuts that we have available uses the same prints. We've got the strip roll, of course, we've got the 10-inch stack, and we've got the 5-inch charm as well. We'll open them up, of course, but just so that you know, if you want to get ahead, Sally Ann Harrison's been in touch to say, wow, loving the cave. I'm thinking kaleidoscope quilts. Me too. Now let's go from Mars to Neptune. Let's hop on our rocket. Okay, this one's a little easier to get into. Now, this one, Neptune, features a lot of lovely blues, some purples and some greens. So it's a cooler palette. This, I think, is going to be really, really popular. Got some beautiful feathers and geodes. Love that one that features that kind of almost like malachite. Oh. How beautiful are they? Just gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. You know, when I'm at the V&A later tonight, I may get some inspiration of my own. I should just mention this. I've been bursting to tell you all morning. After I finish, I'm hopping on a train and going down to London. My publishers are throwing a party for authors at the V&A Museum with drinks and nibbles. Very excited, very excited. Very excited to meet all the other authors. They have a big area where the Mills and Boon authors all go. I'm imagining that's going to be exciting. Mills and Boon, a little bit of romance. And I also looked on the website to see which other authors are there. And apparently Aesop and Tolkien could be there as well. So, I mean, fingers crossed, I'll let you know. Anyway, back to Neptune. Back to Neptune. So you've got this gorgeous collection of leafy greens, emerald, sea greens, jungle greens as well. But then you've got those purples and pinks there that just create this fabulous, fabulous palette. It's so inspiring. So inspiring. Oh, Teresa said, oh, the V&A is my favourite. It's my favourite place to go. Teresa said, aren't these fabrics fabulous? Sally Ann Harrison says, oh, fabulous. Have a great time, Stuart. I will do my best. Okay, now 5-inch charm packs are going to sell out very, very quickly. So before they do, I'm going to grab one and show you what you get included. Let's start with Mars. That is Mars. Yes. Okay, I'm going to open this up. I always think I should open these up as clumsily as I can so I can keep it. Never happens. Right, there we go. Okay, so with your charm, you're getting 40 5-inch squares. They all have a pinked edge. So you're going to get basically kind of like sets of 2. So you'll get 2 of each fabric. So there are less than 20 of these available. First time on air. So I'm going to show you exactly what you're getting. Now these would be amazing made into a machine stitch cathedral window. Absolutely superb. I would probably team them with something like, I don't know, maybe like a turquoise or a lime green or a pale aqua for the background. Really zesty. Really zesty. They are just glorious, aren't they? And you get, you know, that little bit of everything. And that's what I always want, you know, when I first started quilting, I remember walking into quilt shops and my only desire was just to have a little bit of everything. I mean, is that too much to ask? This is like the pick and mix of the quilting world. Absolutely amazing. There we go. So those are all those fabrics. It's absolutely beautiful, isn't it? You get 40 fabrics. We've got single figures left when you've checked out your baskets. You could just sew these together. Literally pick them up and sew them together. Now this has almost sold out and we've only had the graphics on screen for about a minute and a half. So that's how popular these are. The other thing you could do is to sew maybe 1/2 inch finished sashing in a dark grey or a slaty blue in between each of the squares and sew them together. That would create a larger, almost like a window pane effect. You could call it Kaif's windows. You could create attic windows. Let's do the next one. It's fast. Another thing I love to do with charm squares is to iron fusible web to the back of each square, Bonder web. We've got rolls of Bonder web coming up at 12 o'clock. And then cut out circles and then applique those circles onto different coloured solid backgrounds and then piece everything back together. I'll be showing you how to do applique actually at 12 o'clock, so stay tuned. So I'm just going to show you these. These are now Mercury. This is Mercury. And you've got, again, you're getting kind of 2 of everything. It's Neptune, but I'm thinking... Oh, sorry, I said Mercury. Beg your pardon. Beg your pardon. It's actually... I was never very good at things like that at school. You know... You know, like at school, Mercury's a planet. Well, apology accepted. Oh, it does go in thermometers, Mercury, but yes, it is also a planet. Ah, there you go. It's the smallest planet and it's closest to the sun. Thank you, Charlie. Doing a sterling job there. Absolutely gorgeous. But I'm also very much getting Amazonian vibes there. I'm getting Amazonian vibes. I am. Or tropical, jungle inspired. 18 of these are left. That's it. And then they're gone. We don't get stock in regularly from Kaif. So, you know, it's the kind of thing, it'll be a good old while before we get this back in stock. I'm pretty sure of that. Now then, let's jump from 5-inch squares to 4 times as much. We call them 10-inch charm packs. Stackers, layer cakes, that kind of thing. We've got Mars and we've got Neptune. Fool me once, fool me once. Mars is a planet, and he's also the bringer of war. Oh, I remember when I was a teacher at school, and we had to do like contemporary dance with the children, which always used to bother me intensely. And I remember it was from Holt's Planet Suite, and of course there is a piece called Mars, the Bringer of War. So we did that, and it's instantly recognisable. And I was sort of getting the children just to sort of move freely, you know, to it. But of course there was a lot of the Bringer of War. Mostly they did just have to sit and watch me do it. Okay, right, 10-inch. Oh, now then. See, now I do think if you can stretch to it, you do get much more of a sense of the scale of the fabrics, don't you, in a 10-inch square. They do work beautifully as 5-inch squares, of course, but if you really want to appreciate the prints, then 10-inch squares are where it's at, I think. They really are like a Shazam. I know, wow. Love it. Woohoo! Oh, I love that. I love that. That's a bit of a Tula colourway, isn't it? That bright orangey yellow and pink. That reminds me very much of Tula. Absolutely beautiful. It's all about colour here, isn't it? Celebrating colour, joyful, rich, and also maybe putting colours together that we wouldn't necessarily think of putting together ourselves, you know? So it just inspires us, I think, and takes us a step further, a step away from our comfort zone and into something that's a bit more out there. That one I absolutely love. That's beautiful. You do get a real sense of all the prints, don't you, in the larger sizes. I'm shooting myself in the foot here, aren't I? Because I'm laying these all out beautifully and then I'm going to be trying to gather them back up again. Oh, goodness. I can do that. You just start playing Mars the Bringer of War and see what I can do. I can do a lovely back bend. I probably can't anymore, actually. I used to be able to do the crab, but now I just look and think, oh, I don't think so. Amazing, just amazing range of fabrics. What a way of getting it. And $44.99, you know, for a little bit of everything is just spot on. Again, if you love making caves quilts but shudder at the idea of having to buy all those fabrics, especially if you need fat quarters, you know, if you rely on a quilt shop, you might have to go and get fat quarters, long quarters. Lovely if you've got, you know, if you need all of that or if you want that much in your stash, but 10-inch squares, really good. And also as well, Kim McLean, I think it is, who does lots of applique using CAFE. You need little bits. You need little bits. What shape for stack and whack? Oh, what size? No, you couldn't do stack and whack with these because you need repeats of the same print. You need lots of repeats. You could if you bought yardage, it would work very well. But you could also fussy cut. There are lots of elements here. I mean, I think that I would keep to one side because I would make covered buttons out of the centres and they would just make a project, wouldn't they? Just from one 10-inch square. Another thing you could do is, you know, a fabric like that would make such a glorious bag flap for the front of a messenger bag. It's big enough for the flap on my essential messenger bag. You could make the rest of the bag in black or bright pink or whatever colour, khaki, and then just have that as a real pop on the front. You've got two, so you could always make a back pocket out of the same fabric. A message from Collector. I love the way you're laying these out, Stuart. Gorgeous colours and prints. Thank you, Collector in Merseyside. That's very sweet. I'm hoping that our floor manager will also like the way I've laid those out when I just pop them over there. Sorry, Kat. Sorry. Okay, let's go to Neptune, not Mercury. But Kaif, if you are watching, could you call the next range Neptune? Much appreciated. Mercury, I don't know what I'm talking about. Oh my goodness. This is Neptune, isn't it? Neptune. Could you? I think it's probably the sugar rush from the break. I'm not used to eating sugary things anymore. Here we go. That looked like it hurt, didn't it? Okay, right, so this is the 10-inch Neptune. And again, you know, Neptune, the god of the sea. So this is very kind of sea themed, or well, not sea themed as such, but the colour palette is very ocean, rivers, seas. I got Amazon vibes from it, which of course is a river. And then I'm getting the sense, you know, of the pebbles and the shoreline. Secret Island, Fantasy Island. The washed up family. Hannah's saying, what's the show about the washed up family? Is that the Kardashians? You mean Swiss Family Robinson? Yes. It's just as well I speak Hannah, isn't it? I don't know. That was quite quick for me though, wasn't it? That wasn't bad. That was quite good, yeah. Okay, good. I'm hoping their lawyers aren't watching. Well, just my opinion. Now then, beautiful, beautiful fabrics in this. I love the turquoises, those sort of shades of malachite. I particularly love this print. I could have that. I'd love that as a wallpaper. I just think that is sensational. It's kind of chinoiserie. Utterly beautiful. Absolutely delicious. Delicious. Okay, absolutely beautiful. And again, you really get a sense of the scale of those prints in 10-inch squares. Very usable pieces of fabric. And again, you could, if you want, of course, think of each square as 4 charm squares. So again, if you wanted to make a larger machine stitch cathedral window quilt, you could use a 10-inch stack. That would work really well. You could also use my idea for the applique circles. Go bigger. You could do large scale drunkard's path quilt. That would look amazing. Again, using applique rather than piecing. I'll show you how at 12 o'clock. Now, the internet, the app, the phone lines are going absolutely wild for this. Absolutely. It is, do you know what? It's the dose of joy and colour and just everything that we need right now, isn't it? It's all that gorgeous pattern and colour. I love it. And of course you can, if you find Kaif's prints all together like that, a bit too much, a bit overwhelming, you can calm them down. Use them in your regular piecing. Imagine things like a sawtooth star or a variable star. You could make one per 10-inch square. Mix it with, plain white, solid white, or solid pale grey, or just a low-key background print. You'd be amazed once that's all cut up, especially in small pieces, how all of a sudden it starts to look much more like those other quilting fabrics that maybe you have in your stash. Sometimes it's just when you see them all together, because Kaif doesn't do background prints. But if you mix them with your background prints, you'd be surprised just how calm they become. But still lovely and vibrant and interesting, and there's still lots of beautiful colour, but you can tone them down as well. Trying to be good with these. It's not bad, is it? There we go. Neptune. Now then, design rolls next. Pop those there. Now we'll start with Mars, and then we'll look at Neptune. Do you want me to open this up? Yes. Oh, yes. So brand new. I know, you've got to see everything, haven't you, in the actual cut that you're buying. Now, 5-inch charm packs are about to sell out. Same amount of each colours left, but really, really in the danger zone. The fat quarters, Mars has been the most popular. In the 10-inch charms, Neptune, most popular. Interesting. Yeah. Now, I'm thinking, is it not Amy? Who's our lovely designer who does long arm quilting? Amanda Little, thank you, yeah, Amanda Little. Now, she's done a lovely pattern, hasn't she, with boxes. Do you know what I mean? With white in the background. Do you know the one I mean? Oh, Amanda, if you're watching, please message in. But I'm just thinking that this would work so perfectly for that pattern. You know the one, don't you, Kat? Oscillating line. Well, there's two. There's oscillating lines. That's one of them. And then the other one has almost like a snail going around and around and around. I'm very impressed that Kat knew the name of that quilt. Fabulous, fabulous. We'll find it. I think that would work anyway really beautifully with this design roll. So again, you're getting basically 2 of each design. And they do work absolutely beautifully as 2.5-inch strips. Let me just fold these back and show you. Oh, look at that. Move that over slightly. Just lovely. So you still get loads of colour, loads of pattern. And again, you could join these side by side and create larger pieces of fabric that you could then cut out. I mean, one of my favourite things to do with a strip roll or jelly roll is to sew them all together, then cut out large squares and then sew them with a solid square, like you make like half square triangles, but do big ones, you know, so that you've got half strips and half plain, and then sew that together. There's a pattern in, I think it's Use Scrap Sew Blocks, Make 100 Quilts, called, I think I've called it Roman Holiday, and that is that technique. Really nice way to use 2.5-inch strips. So that's Mars, and then we've also got Neptune. We've still got all the gorgeous Tilda to look at. Let me grab this out. We have seen the Tilda before. Maybe you haven't. It is lovely. Well, it's behind me. It's behind me, yeah. One of my favourite Tilda ranges actually for a long time, because it's so different. And that's the one thing everyone said to me, that's so different for Tilda, but I love it. That's the one. That's the one. We found the quilt by Amanda Little, by the way. Well, I say we, Kat's found it. Concentric circles, thank you so much. Concentric circles, squares. Oh, concentric squares. Concentric squares. We got there in the end. Okay, lots of lovely. Oh, look at that. Look at that. So lovely. So this one is Neptune. Yeah, concentric squares. Do you mind just finding that, please, Hannah? Oh, it's not available at the moment. Ah, gotcha. Gotcha. But if you've got that pattern already and just thinking, either of these design rolls would work so beautifully in that pattern. It's a great one. And again, you're getting 40 2.5-inch strips here. And they're 2.5 inches by width of fabric. So about 42 to 44 inches wide. All that deliciousness. Neptune. That is delicious, isn't it, that one? Looks absolutely amazing in that colourway. Now then, I need 2 friends and a fork. Oh, that'll do, won't it? That's nearly the same as when it arrived. Can you imagine if I worked in a shop, it'd be carnage. A message across the bottom. Hi, Stuart. I think the 10-inch Cafe falsetto. Oh, Cafe Bassett, sorry. That's his cousin, Italian cousin, Cafe Falsetto. Would look lovely doing the exploding heart quilt. Oh, yes, yes, yes. I mean, there are so many lovely ideas. I think that's a brilliant one. Absolutely brilliant. Interesting observation from Sue. Stuart, you just made me laugh out loud. I was the child in class who would sit scowling at the teacher for making us do silly movements to music. Sue, I know. And believe me, we knew that too as teachers. It was like, oh. I mean, I did quite like it because I love dance, you know. But I love the dance where it's sort of like you've got steps and you like Country dancing I used to love. Miss Jenkins, I've mentioned Miss Jenkins before, used to have records that she would put on, and it had the calling on as well of what you had to do next, and I adored that. But all the sort of all that, no, I couldn't really cope with that. All that expressive movement, and I clearly wasn't very good at it either. Anyway, that's the cave. We're going to run over slightly. Becky knows and has said that's no problem, because we are trying also to get some other patterns of her patterns in stock. Let's start with Daisyfield. So the main Tilda brand new launch is called Chic Escape, but what Tilda are doing now with every main collection, they're bringing out a complementary, I'm not going to say blender, because this is a gorgeous range of fabric in its own right, but it's like a sister range that goes with. This is called Daisyfield. It is glorious. It's a 10-piece collection. This is a mega bundle with a ½ metre of each of the 10 fabrics. So you're getting 5 metres in total. And as much as I love colour, and you know I absolutely adore colour, that is my favourite one. We're missing one. Oh, there it is. There it is. There it is. The blue, of course. How gorgeous is that? How gorgeous is that? Now, you're getting 5 metres in total, 10 ½ metres, all incredibly useful fabrics in their own right. You know what I'm going to do now, don't you? It's time for that rainbow. It's a different kind of rainbow, but it's absolutely beautiful. We're down to 4 of these bundles. That's all we've got left. But hello, and I mean, doesn't that look better? Huzzah! Huzzah! Now, let me just show you in the quilts and also in my bag how I used Dangerfield. It's not Dangerfield. I knew it was Danger Mouse. Daisyfield, sorry. Honestly, man of war. I am Mars, Neptune, or something like that. Okay. I used just a 10-inch square of fabric for the flap, okay? And then the rest of the bag, I used Daisyfield. Okay. You got your zip pocket on the back. This is from Bags for Life, by the way. You've probably already got the book. You could make this, and but really, you know, a little feature of print from the main collection, but the majority of the bag made in Daisyfield. Okay, so that's why I used it in the bag. Then in the quilts, I used it, I mean, it's a very blended look to the quilt, and it's really about celebrating the large-scale prints. But what I've done is I've made some 9 patches, just using 2.5-inch strips, and you can see them here. And I've used the grey Daisyfield. All right. And then while we're there, if we move slightly upwards, you can see in this part here, I've used the bubblegum pink and the golden yellow Daisyfield again to create these blocks. I've also used Daisyfield in the borders and the binding, just to kind of capture all of that lovely blended pattern. And then the rest of the quilt is literally, I mean, it's all based on sort of 6, 12, 18. So you've got 12-inch fussy cut square here. You've got 12 by 18-inch fussy cut rectangle here. You've got an 18-inch square right here. And then here, you've got a 6 by 12. Those are finished sizes, just add ½ inches on. And then the rest of it is just those 2.5-inch strips sewn together to make 9 patches and then fitted in. Easy, fun, just no bother. I made that quilt top and that quilt top in a day. Now this one, 12.5-inch square fussy cut in the centre. Then I used a bit of Daisyfield mixed in with the other prints to create, 4 9 patches. There are some 6.5-inch cut squares. There's some little rectangles as well, but that's it. And then again, I used Daisy Field in pink and grey for the border and binding. Super easy. It was so much fun to make, and absolutely love the finished quilts. Now then, so that's our Daisy Field mega bundle. I think this is gorgeous just on its own. Now there are more of these in baskets than we have available, so do please check out. Now some of those fabrics are available by the ½ metre, but some of them are sold out, so the only way to get that full collection is by buying the bundle. Now we've also got colour bundles of the main collection. Blue. Okay, we'll start with the blue. This is the most limited. This is the colourway which I instantly fell in love with, but I deliberately didn't use, because I think well, to be honest with you, the blue just speaks for itself, doesn't it? I'm a blue boy. I absolutely love blue. This was what I used for the front of that little bag. This would have worked beautifully as well. I mean, cushions, blinds, curtains, homewares, glorious. And you know those fabrics that you don't want to cut into? Well, the quilts behind me are perfect for those fabrics that you don't really want to cut into. 18.5-inch square will really show off these prints. That's glorious, isn't it? And then I think, well, kind of almost everybody's favourite are the peacocks. Again, I want that as a wallpaper. John Scott wants that as a wallpaper. I'm going to have a word with Tone. I don't know if that's how you pronounce her name. It probably... Tone. I'll have a word with Tone. I think it might be something like Tonya Finninger. She created Tilda. Yeah, I'm not sure. And I've looked online. This is beautiful. I'm just going to open that up so you can see. If anybody is Norwegian or knows how you pronounce her name, well, isn't that lovely? Absolutely gorgeous. It's Tilda's brand new collection. It's called Chic Escape. And again, I'll open this one out so you can see all of the beautiful detail. These bouquets, I mean, it's sensational, isn't it? Glorious. This would also work very nicely for broderie purse, which is another kind of applique. Stay tuned for 12 o'clock. Little applique masterclass. So that's our blue. That's our most in danger colourway. Now, next up, grey and mustard. Now, this was the colourway that I was instantly drawn to use, because I tell you why, because I thought, and you know me, I'm always honest with you, I thought that this was the most challenging colourway. Now, Daisy Field has now sold out. Well done if you managed to get that. This is glorious, isn't it? I mean, I think the monochromes, no bother. That's easy peasy, isn't it? That's just elegant, country house, beautiful. You know those rooms that you sometimes get in big country houses where literally the wallpaper, the headboard, the curtains, the bedding is all the same pattern, and you're just immersed. I love that. I love that. Those big ginger jars. This is the range I used for my quilt and my mini quilt. And I did think that this was the one that maybe you might feel was the most challenging colourway. Certainly for me, it's not a colourway that I would have gone into a shop and bought. I would have bought the blue one first or the green one first. But having said that, once I started using this, I thought I'm in love with this, and now I've made the quilt and the mini, I'm completely in love with that. I just love it. And so what I wanted to do was take the one which I thought might be the most, I'm not sure what I do with that, make something, and hopefully you can see, what I can see now in that, which I just love. I absolutely love. Collector's got in touch to say, Kate, my Tilda arrived yesterday. Vases and peacocks, it is exquisite. I love everything about this range. Feels gorgeous, looks fab. Thank you, Kate. Thank you so much. Enjoy using it. Just live with it for a little while. We always have to have our fabric just to stroke for a little while, don't we? But enjoy using it. I know you will, because I know I had so much fun using it. Brilliant, brilliant. That's our grey and mustard colourway. I just love the peacock on this one. Let me just open this out so you can see. It is absolutely beautiful, isn't it? The detail's incredible, and the shading in the leaves and the roses, absolutely beautiful. And you can see here in this mini quilt how just using one 12.5 inch fussy cut square creates so much focus in this quilt. And you can see there, it could be the front of a bag. I mean, of course you can cut larger panels. It would work very nicely as a longer panel so that you include more of the rows. And actually there's nothing wrong in going into the next. The other thing that would be lovely is to create like an oval aperture with reverse applique, and then use that to frame that part of the fabric, or a circular aperture with reverse applique. Just beautiful. So many possibilities with this range. What about doing that and then using it for the top of a padded sewing box? Wouldn't that be exquisite? Love that. Okay, that's grey and mustard. We've got 2 more colourways in bundles, each one $34.95. There's so much inspiration in $34.95, isn't there, in that bundle? Okay, let's go pink, grape and rust. Now this is the next colourway that I want to use. Of course I've got all of these, so I get to play with everything. But I love the plum colours in this. It's absolutely delicious, isn't it? Really, very boudoir, very boudoir. I always have to open out the peacock print because it's so beautiful. And if only 1/2 metre was enough to make a dressing gown, I'd be wearing it right now. Okay, that's the peacock. This rust print is glorious. Very, very pretty. And then you've got some of these bubblegum pinks. Now, of course, this bubblegum pink would work very, very well mixed in with the mustard and grey colourway. So, of course, well, or any of them would. They are designed to work in small groups. They're designed to work across groups as well. So really, if you want to get 2 of these bundles and mix the 2 together, be confident, because there are colours, there are elements that cross all the way through. Sally Ann Harrison's got in touch to say, just ordered the Tilda Chic in mustard and blue. Beautiful. Princess Maya says, wouldn't these Tilda fabrics look amazing for an oversized recovered headboard? I was thinking exactly the same thing. And actually any of those prints at all, but, that one would be my instant go-to. I could just imagine resting my weary head against that, Or gently being roused in the morning as the maid came in with my breakfast tea. Oh, Downton Abbey. It'll probably be like that tonight at the V&A, won't it? I'll just be lounging. I imagine it's going to be super, super busy, apparently. There are a lot of people there. We'll all have name badges. So I shall be looking for Aesop and Tolkien. I will get selfies. I will get selfies. I always feel a bit self-conscious at these things, though, because I think it's not really cool, is it? It's not really very cool to rush up to Hilary Mantel and say, "Any chance of a selfie, Hills?" We'll see, we'll see. Our last colourway is green. This is lovely. Easy to use, this one. Really easy to use because it's familiar, isn't it? The greens and the pinks and the gentle golds. And then Shazam. Isn't that just glorious? That's real country house interior, isn't it? It's that poison green, as it's known in the background, poison green, that just suddenly it's like, wow. Absolutely incredible. I'm imagining this as like, you know, silk drapes, you know, or you know, when country houses where they have silk actually on the walls. I looked into doing that once. I got this really beautiful fabric. It was amazing, and it was quite cheap as well. And I thought I'm gonna put that on the walls of a room and have like fabric lined walls. When I looked into it, it's a really specialist job. They have to, like, someone has to build a wooden framework and attach it. It is horrifically expensive to do that. The fabric is a fraction of the cost of doing it. So much better to make lovely fabric accessories. Much better. But sometimes I will use an artist canvas, stretch the fabric over it, staple it to the back, just a few staples, and I use that old teacher's trick, which is to push the don't staple hard, don't use a staple gun, use a regular office stapler, and then just push the staples in, but half the strength that you would normally use. So the staple is still sticking out the back, and it's only half in. Enjoy the fabric. You know, have it as a bit of a feature in a room, and then when you're done and you want to use it for something, just pop the staples out. They come out really easily if you put them in like that, and then you can just iron the fabric and use it for something. So you can enjoy it as a bit of art and then sew it into something. That's the green colourway, $34.95 for 5.5 meters of this brand new Tilda range Chic Escape. Gosh. What to choose, what to choose. It is just all very, very beautiful. Okay. Now then, we've got some 1/2 meters. No. Yep. So, okay, I'm just going to show you some fabrics that we've got by the 1/2 meter. Just going to select a few. They're not all available by the 1/2 meter now. Now, this is absolutely gorgeous. Don't know why we've got any of this one left actually, but it's absolutely beautiful. This is the Pots on Plum or Maroon. Flower vase maroon. Just for a sense of scale, my hand. Okay. Just for a sense of scale. Ooh. Just lovely, isn't it? But again, this is perfect for broderie purse because it's a discreet motif. There is background fabric all the way around, so you could put either Bondi web on the back of that and cut it out really neatly, but I mean I wouldn't try and cut out the individual leaves. You just want to cut it with a little bit of a margin all the way around, and then you could applique that to a background. Just lovely. By the 1/2 meter it's $6.99. How can we do that? This is Tilda. This should be at least $7.49 a 1/2 meter. Okay, next one. Floral bouquet on rust. Yes. I love this one. Love, love, love this one. Now, I think that's a great fabric for interiors. So cushions, blinds, covered headboard would be amazing. But I also think that would be such a beautiful fabric for dressmaking. I think that would be a beautiful fabric for dressmaking. And again, you've got those large, discreet motifs there, which you could fussy cut if you wanted to as well. They would make great blocks, just a whole block cut out. And size-wise, let me just grab a, just want to give you a rough idea. You're looking at about an 8.5 inch square. About an 8.5 inch square to cut out one of those motifs. And that would look absolutely beautiful, featured in a quilt. Or cushions. You could add borders around the outside, use your daisy field or your coordinates to create some lovely piecing around that centre, or just simple frames. Beautiful. Okay, next up. Peacocks in green. On that beautiful poison green background. Okay, this is the last one I'll show you live, and then the rest have a look on the website. Now again, I don't know why we've got any of this left, but we haven't got much. Have a look on the website for all the others. Absolutely delicious. Okay, now we're going to go to break. When we get back, we've gone slightly late, but we'll be back in just a couple of minutes with Becky Alexander Frost, and I've got some good news when we get back, so stay tuned, won't you?
Hello, my name is Mark Francis and I'm a guest designer right here on Sewing Street. You may have seen me before. I don't know whether anybody has maybe tuned into the Great British Sewing Bee, but I was there for Series 6 reaching the quarterfinals. I'm now here on Sewing Street on your screens, bringing you my very favourite sewing patterns for men, women and children for dressmaking and tailoring. So you can fill your stash and your collection with my very favourite fabrics and sewing patterns, including my very own range right here, exclusive to Sewing Street. Something you may not know about me. Now let's have a think. A lot of this has been covered on the Sewing Bee, but I am a Blue Peter badge winner. I know. I haven't worn it in a while. Slightly too old to get into Warwick Castle these days wearing it. But you never, do I pass for 16? I don't know. Possibly not anymore. And I'm also, hence the piano, a pianist I've been playing since the age of 7, when my school teacher at the time taught me, a little under duress from my mother because he thought I would be terrible. Turned out I wasn't. But there we go. Such is life. You never know until you give it a go. Have I just invented a new catchphrase? I don't know. You never know until you give it a go. Caption across the screen, please. Thank you very much. So do join me, popping up on your screens on here on Sewing Street, to bring you my very favourite sewing patterns and fabrics from across the range, including my very own range of sewing patterns from Sew Mark Francis, including this very Turlo shirt. More to come on a regular basis, so do keep tuned for that.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
Hi, welcome back to Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard. Thank you for your company this morning. We've had such a great time here in the studio, and our wonderful Becky Alexander Frost is back. Yay!
Hi.
Hey-ya! How you doing?
I'm fine, thank you.
Hey, are you going to do any sewing?
No.
Get them shoes off now.
Yes, Dad.
Off. There we go. That's better.
That's the teacher in
now
you.
she means business. Good. Well, I know you can't sew with your shoes
No, I
on,
can't.
so you know, it was a worrying sign. All right, now Becky's first hour was phenomenally busy, and you absolutely loved the mini project case, both the pattern and the pattern with hardware, to such an extent that we sold out of both of them. Now, Becky's been working hard and our sales team have been working hard to get more in stock. Let me tell you what we've got. Now, if you have a look on the website, you will see these as a new product. Description, but no picture, okay? We didn't want to delay things by having to upload a picture or anything like that. So look for the description. Now, what you're going to get is you're going to get the pattern, you're going to get the zip, and you're going to get the zip pulls on it, okay? But there will be a 5-day delay on those products, all right? So if you've already ordered and had your order confirmed, no problem, you're going to get your products immediately dispatched. But if you order now this new amount, though, there will be a 5-day delay on those, so just be aware of that. Okay, all right. I'm not in prison anymore. Hurrah! So first up, we've got the pattern plus. So you've got the full pattern for the mini project case. You've also got the zip. Now it's a continuous zip. It will be a bright colour, not necessarily pink, but it will be a bright colour. And you also get 4 zip pulls, and they will all be different bright colours. All right? So that's the pattern with hardware. It's $18.99. Details are on the screen. There will be a 5-day delay on dispatch on that. Now, the other option that we've managed to get back in stock is the mini project case pattern only. Details are coming up on screen for that. Again, there will be a 5-day delay on dispatch for this, but not that long to wait. All right. We'll get those details up on screen in just a second. This is the pattern, remember, on its own, so you will need to provide your own zip. And if you want your own zip, then you'll need 3 12-inch zips, number 5 zips. Okay, £13.50. I'm just going to be honest with you. Becky Alexander Frost and her husband have done the very best they can, but we don't have massive stocks. Even though we've managed to get more in, we don't have massive stocks, so don't hang about. Let me just grab the case and show you. I would jump straight on. You've got this fab case, Velcro tab at the top, opens out. You've got this fantastic organiser with a flap with all your bits and bobs in there. Then you've also got 2 vinyl pockets over here. And then on the front of the pouch, you've also got this big pocket here as well on the outside. The image on the website looks tiny. My hand for scale. Oh, there's no image. Oh, there's no image, of course, is there? That's right. There's no image at all for this pattern. But anyway, you know what you're looking for, right? Okay, so that's a lovely bit of happy news. Nice update. Third of the stock has already gone. Okay. Oh, we love you. We love you. Now, this hour, we're concentrating on the Park Lane bag, which I'm going to grab down from here. This is such a gorgeous, smart bag. It is absolutely fantastic. Now then, we've got various different options for you. We're going to start off with instructions, panel, and metalware. Okay. Grey or monochromatic? Okay, great. So is it it's that, isn't it? Oh, sorry. Right, okay. Beg your pardon. Right, here we go. I'll get it right in a second. Okay, so in this group, in this bundle, $39.99, you're getting your pre-printed panel, you're getting your full pattern. Now, am I right in saying, Becky, that the pattern, we could use our own fabric and make another one in the future?
Yes, you can. Yeah.
So we don't have to use the panel?
No, all the templates are inside. There's also templates to do the FPP, which is the chevron effect, and there's a plain template in there as well. So if you don't want to do that effect, you can do a plain version.
Fantastic. So we've got options as well. But in this bundle, you're getting that pattern. You're getting all of your metalware that you'll need. You're getting long continuous zip for the outside. You're also getting a shorter zip for inside. Now, the outer zip will always be black with silver zip teeth, but your inner zip, the colours will vary, okay? So you get all of that, pattern, metalware, zips, and then you're also getting your panel to create the outer. This will make your first version, but of course thereafter you can use your own stash, you can buy additional panels, and there is a lot of fabric here in this panel. And what's brilliant is everything is already measured out.
Yep.
Even the bias binding is on the bias, so you don't even have to have the awkwardness of cutting out bias binding. Absolutely everything there in this fabulously chic monochromatic, and it's this version that I've got right here. It is so smart. There's the back, there's the front. That is awesome. Now then, you might want this really rather fabulous pastel rainbow webbing for the shoulder strap. Let me just show you that, because I think you might love that. Here it is, right. Oh, pastel, there it is. I got it right here. So, one pack is enough?
If you're going to do the statement strap, yeah.
Yeah. If you're going to do the statement strap, grab one of these. It's $2.99. It's what I call a for nothing.
Yeah.
Well, there's so much there, isn't it? So much impact.
It is,
for $2.99.
Yeah.
Gorgeous. Pop that in your basket. Now, our next panel, or next bundle, this has got this is the mocha brown version, isn't it? We're calling it brown. So you've got the black long outer zip, you've got all your metalware, your inner zip, you've got your full pattern, and then you've got your panel. Now this one is a gorgeous chocolatey brown. Absolutely fab. Have a look at that. Now the metalware includes 2 zips, so you've got the continuous zip with 2 pulls on it. You've got your inner zip. The inner zip will vary in colour. And then you've got all your metalware for the outside. I love the graded effect of the strips that you've got there. Plus all the bits. Do we need separate lining, Becky?
No, it's all on there.
Oh, amazing.
So in the new instructions there's a second way of doing the lining, because I have demonstrated this in the past, and some people are saying if they're a beginner, can they do it? And I say, well, the lining that's in the booklet can be a bit too far in advance. So I've written an extra slip that goes inside. Now, if you're going to do the new way of doing the binding it finished, you will need to use 1/2 metre of your own stash fabric.
Understood.
So,
Or could we use ready-made bias binding?
You can use ready-made bias binding
Okay,
as well.
cool. Is there a particular webbing that you might recommend to go with the brown that we've got?
With the brown, the black, the brown. I actually quite like the one at the very front as well. That would go nice with it.
Yeah, that would go really nicely with brown. Let me just show you this one. This is a more muted rainbow. Love that. That's gorgeous. Been super popular on pre-order, and again, £2.99 for such a statement shoulder strap.
I'm going to show them how
Love
to
it.
actually, because the hardware that comes in the kits is smaller than the strap. So
You've got a really neat, clever way of doing it.
So I'm going to show you how to basically fit the smaller pieces of hardware.
Perfect. Good skill to learn that. So we've got our two full bundles. Now then, we've got 2 bundles without hardware. Let me show you the first. So you might have your own D-rings, your own zips, things like that, but you want the pattern and you want the panel. We can do that. So you get the full instructions for the Park Lane bag. Really, really extensive instructions. You've got your foundation paper piecing.
Yeah.
Yeah, for your front chevron, or you can do that as a whole piece of fabric if you've got a feature fabric you want to show off. You don't have to use a panel for this. You get a panel included. This one is the mono. So this is the grey, charcoal, shades of ash, absolutely beautiful. So chic. Would be a really, really lovely bag to make for a man or a woman.
Yeah,
this,
definitely.
Wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's a nice size as well for a man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and you could leave the straps off and just have it as a pouch too, couldn't you?
Yeah, you could have it as a wash bag.
Yeah, just thinking that. Absolutely lovely. So that's our Ronnie. This is the monochrome panel and pattern. We've also got the brown version. So full pattern and the brown panel for £24.99. That's phenomenal value because it's a huge panel, amazing value in that, and a Becky Alexander Frost pattern, which is really detailed, a really special bag actually, gorgeous. £24.99 for that. Okay, now 2 more options. We've got the pattern on its own. So let's say you've got your metalware, you've got your fabrics all sorted, but you need the pattern itself. Very limited stock this, £11.50. Very, very limited this. Okay, now another thing that you will need is some interfacing, some hemline interfacing. I don't have that on the table. We'll grab a picture up of that. So medium weight.
Medium weight, iron on, you'll need 1.5 metres, so 2 packs.
1.5. So get yourself 2 packs of this because you get 1 metre in the pack. You will need 2 packs. Violet's got in touch. Morning, Becky and Stuart. I've got my orders in. Susan says, I love my Park Lane bag. It's an easy bag to make, even though it looks complicated. I've made a few for the family too, both versions. Cool. Now, Becky, you're going to be using Sewing Bosal.
Yeah, I'm going to use Sewing Bosal, but you can use fusible fleece, you can use fusible foam, you can use sewing foam. So I will tell you the difference between each stabiliser.
Yeah, because we've actually sold out of sewing in our form.
In our form.
But you could use H640 for this, couldn't you?
Yeah, so with the pattern, because there is a full-length YouTube video for this, so in the pattern, I do actually talk about the sewing. However, when I was doing this in February 21 on this show, I actually used the fusible fleece. So what I end up doing is you draw around the template onto your foam or your fusible foam or your fusible interface in H640, and basically you then, once you've drawn around it, you then cut away another 1/4 inch in. So you basically have nothing, when you fuse it onto your fabric, you'll have nothing on the seam allowance around. So there's no bulk in it.
Gotcha.
With the sewing, I'm going to teach you the sewing now because it's obviously one thing that is a major thing in the pattern. In the pattern, you'll get the booklet, obviously, but then you'll get all your templates. There's 9 pages of templates.
Wow.
So you'll get 2 of these. A lot of people have said, oh, do we only need E? No, you need E and F because obviously if you want to get the chevron. So this is your FPP. I actually did this in the demonstration in 21 anyway, so year 21.
You can check that out on YouTube if you want to watch that.
Yeah, so I'm not going to do the FPP today. If you don't want to do the FPP finish, you need to go over to the G panel and then basically use this one. You can quilt on top, so I've made it bigger. So you can quilt on top and make it like a flower.
Yeah.
You can do whatever you want. So I've added the shrinkage allowance to it. And then basically once you've done that, you get your template and then you basically draw that on and then cut it out.
Perfect.
So I'm going to show you the strap first. Now, can I have some webbing, please?
You
'Cause
certainly
I haven't
can.
got
What
any
kind
webbing.
would you like?
Any. I'm doing the brown version.
Okay,
so.
well let me give you the more muted rainbow then, because this is the one you thought would go nicely with brown.
Yeah. Right, so in the pattern, you don't actually get these instructions in the booklet.
Oh, it's sold out.
Oh, is it? Yeah. Right, so in the booklet, you don't get the pattern for how to make the statement strap or the new added binding. You'll get an extra pieces of paper with the instructions on, which are folded up inside the pattern anyway. Right, so let's get past this page here. With the statement strap, depending on the width, I've designed you templates for each width of webbing. So when I say width of webbing, that's the width of the webbing. So this is, the ones that you're buying are 1.5 inches. So you'll need to cut the 1.5 inch template out.
And what do we cut that out of?
This.
Yeah.
Right, so on the panel, it's got your standard strap, which is the original strap that is designed for the original book. However, there is some fabric left over if you want to use this. So I've used the part that says shoulder pad cushion sleeve.
Perfect.
So I've drawn it on the back. So I've interfaced it, cut out that piece and then drawn it on the back. So it's basically, you're not wasting and you're using the same fabric again.
Brilliant. So it all ties in together.
It all
and
ties in.
If you used a different webbing for the shoulder, it ties it together, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
Beautiful.
Right, so if you are using PU, for instance, and you're making this from your own stash, you don't interface the complete bit, you will just interface a strip in the centre, and I do explain that in the actual, the instructions. Now, if you're using the panel, you will need to interface it. You need that stiffness to match. Once we've folded it over, you need it to match the actual strap. And it's quite a good thickness, this is. So you get your template, and with the flaps hanging out, the tabs, you need to draw around it, and then flip it over, and then draw around it again. And then where the dotted lines are on your template, you need to fold those in. And then basically pop that on top and then basically draw around those pieces there. So you've got these lines. You go ahead and cut all that out and you should be left with something like this. So on one side you're going to press all the tabs in and then on the other side you're going to press just that one tab there. Please may I be a pain and ask for the iron?
Oh, of course you can. It's not a pain.
Thank you.
That's what we're here for. We love the iron. We love the iron.
Right, okay, so quilter's tape is going to come your best friend on a lot of occasions. In bag
Sold
making.
out.
Sold out, I know, but when you next got it in, buy 3 or 4 rolls. Thank you.
You'll have bought the company by then, I'm imagining.
Right, so on the side that you've got the tabs folded over, you're going to pop quilter's tape on the tabs, on the straighter, longer edges. And then on this part here, you're going to pop it in the centre here. Like I say, this is all in those extra extra sheets that added in the pattern anyway.
Becky, can I just ask, if I hadn't got that quilter's tape, how would I keep these layers together?
Right, so you can use EPP glue.
Like a glue
fabric
pen?
glue, yeah.
Yeah.
So if you're using liquid fabric glue, you need to make sure it's set overnight.
Got you.
Or if it's a PVA based
Yeah.
one, you can set it with the iron on the
Right.
wrong side. Or the EPP pen will do this. Don't use a pin because it means that you might not get the correct, it might not fit properly. So
Okay.
right, so you're going to peel off this part here. Then you're going to get your tab, or your base, one end of your strap. And you're going to pop it down around about 1.5,
Yeah.
2 inches. Okay, and then you're going to go to your iron. You're going to fold these tabs over this here and stick this into place.
Can I be a pain and just ask you to bring everything to your right a little bit? Thank you.
There you go.
Perfect.
Perfect. I'm like that at home. My husband tells me that when I'm on the overhead camera. You need to be a bit further over.
I was going to ask what you meant then. I was thinking, you can film you while you're ironing. But of course you do videos, don't you, for all your bags?
Yeah, I do.
Again, it's another reason, I was talking about this the other day, this is another reason why buying patterns from independent pattern designers gives you so much more than a pattern. I mean, the pattern in itself is amazing, but you're also getting that online support, that community.
Yeah.
You're getting maybe TikTok or YouTube videos to support every step of the way. It's a real added extra.
Yeah. I do it because I used to get asked quite a lot, I'm stuck on this bit. Was being a one-man band, you haven't got time to actually sometimes answer emails straight away. So I'll just go, yeah, here's the YouTube video for it. Right, so you're going to get your swirl clasp, and you'll notice that's 1 inch wide, and this is like 1.5 inches in width, and it won't fit, obviously. So you're going to feed this into the centre.
Because that goes narrower.
Yeah, and that's why I've done the templates. And then you're going to peel off these.
So clever. Remember, the metalware comes in the bundle with metalware. So I think that's the best one to go for. And then you've got everything you need. Details are on screen.
And you're going to stick those into place. Now,
that looks so cool.
It does, actually. It looks like a guitar strap.
It does, it does. Which is super cool.
Yeah, they are. They're everywhere in the shops at the moment, these straps are, and on those style of bags as well. So you're going to sew 1/8 of an inch and get quite as close as you can to the actual the clasp at the end. Now, I've got a wide walking foot, unfortunately. I won't get that close, so I'll come to about here. And you're going to do a square, and then you're going to do a cross, and you're going to do the cross. That's to hold everything into position. So I'm going to do that now.
I must admit, Becky, when I want to stitch really close, just on the, you know, like sometimes when you use a rectangular ring, and everything can kind of twist through unless you stitch it close. I use the zipper foot on my machine.
Yeah, you can. I'm just a bit lazy. I think we had this conversation earlier on.
We did.
Right,
now, just going to pop the Sewline glue pen up on the screen because we have sold out of Quilter's tape, glue tape, but we have got the Sewline glue pen water-soluble stick. That would work, wouldn't it? Dawn said, Becky's full of great tips today.
Thank you.
Absolutely brilliant. Message across the bottom too. Baffa is the best for support. She is always there to help.
Aww.
That's lovely. That's from Wendy in Suffolk.
Oh, thank you, Wendy. No, I am. I'm always there. I try and answer within the 24 hours. Sometimes it can be there and then if they catch me when I'm surfing on the internet.
Yeah. Well, the great thing is, you know, you have a wider community around you, don't you?
Yeah.
You have quite a big fan group.
Yeah, I do.
And then, of course, you've got your YouTube videos as well.
I do.
So, probably the easiest way to solve a problem is to go to those first, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Go to the Facebook group because there's always someone that's made a pattern. My admin are in there as well, so I have like 5 members of admin, so and they've all made my bag, so they understand. And if they can't answer it, they're asked the question again, and then someone will answer for them. Right, okay, just doing the last part of the cross. Not to the best ability, but there you go. It's tele sewing.
It is.
Right, okay, so the only problem is with having a statement strap, it's not adjustable. So you're going to have to estimate of where the bag will fall, and you're going to, but this is a good size strap that you're getting in, so you won't need to actually measure it on you. But if the person's taller, you will need a few pieces. Then you will just repeat the same process at the other end. I'm not going to do that because it would take up time on the bag, but you just repeat the same process on this end and just have it as a non-adjustable. Now in the pack, if you buy the hardware pack, you do actually get the adjustable slider. That's for if you are just doing the standard strap that's on the panel.
Right.
Okay, so that's that. Right, so if you go back to when I was on in February 21, I did the FPP. I'm now going to basically carry on from there.
Perfect.
Right, so
Part 2.
Part 2. Where's my template? There you go. Right, so with the template, you're going to basically, you've got your centre seam where you've joined your F and E pieces together, and you're going to draw around this, and it has to be on the top of the case. So if I just move this out of the way, there you go. So pop the fold line on the centre and then just draw around this.
There's so many possibilities with this pattern because of that piecing.
Yeah.
That chevron pattern, aren't there?
Yeah, well, I actually did one with, I did an EPP hexie quilt and had loads of little hexies that are basted left over. So I did the plain version, and then I just popped appliqued a flower rosette on. So it is just something that you can have a play with. Now I'm not going to see that part there. Didn't think about that.
Do you want a different colour pen?
I've got a pen in there.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Oh. Violet said it's another gorgeous bag.
Oh, I love Violet. She makes she's made recently the overnight bag of mine.
Oh, gorgeous.
Yeah.
In preparation for all those lovely weekends away we're going to get to have now, and holidays. And so we were talking holidays earlier on. Are you going away this year?
We've just come back. We went to North Wales, having an autistic child. We didn't know how much we could push him.
Okay.
So we now know he likes the place, so we've rebooked.
Perfect. Perfect.
Yeah. I wish I was going to North America though.
When are you going back?
August next year now.
Awesome. Awesome. Oh, that's wonderful though.
Right, so I'm just going to pin this onto the bosal or to the in our form. But if you are using the fusible fleece, you will go ahead and cut this out now, and then you will basically fuse your fleece to the wrong side. But you've got to make sure that you have got fusible fleece or fusible foam not in the seam allowance area. However,
it's too thick, isn't it?
It is too thick. Right, so in the pattern you can actually quilt this if you want to, because obviously you've got the excess here. I'm not going to quilt it, but if you were to quilt it, what you would end up doing is actually you wouldn't be able to cut the foam away in that seam allowance.
Right.
So in the pattern I tell you to actually zigzag stitch, and that compresses the foam down to the point where you can't feel it in the seams. So I'm not going to do that today. I'm going to sew all the way around.
That's a brilliant tip though.
Yeah, because if you weren't to actually compress or take the bulk out the seams, you know where the gusset is, and I'm talking about where the zip is on the actual bag and the base.
It's lumpy.
You will see it really lumpy, and your bag won't be flat. And the whole point of this bag is it's a box.
Yeah.
It needs to be flat on the top and the bottom and the sides.
Yeah.
So if you don't take that bulk out, A, you will probably struggle if your machine can't cope with it, and B, it won't be flat.
Makes sense.
It does. So I'm going to stitch 1/4 of an inch away from the actual line that I've just drawn.
Violet's just got in touch to say the weekend bag had its first weekend away 2 hours after finishing it. I like your style.
Yeah, she did a Harris tweed one. It was so nice.
Lovely.
Yeah. Yeah, purples and pinks and blues and...
Delicious.
Yeah. So I've knocked my stitch length up to a stitch length number 5, and I'm going to reverse my stitch at the start and at the end. I'm 1/4 of an inch away from where that drawn line is.
Inside or outside?
Inside.
Okay.
The tables are just a bit too high for me, so I can't really see where I'm going.
It's a bit too high for a lot of us, yeah.
I understand why they do it though.
Now remember, if you missed out on the mini project case pattern or hardware pack, we have got single figures of the hardware pack. So we've got the zip, plenty of zip, and the zip pulls. You've also got the pattern itself as well. So you've got them both. This is zips and pulls and pattern, okay? The zip will be brightly coloured. It won't necessarily be pink, all right? And the zip pulls will be all different colours. That just makes the bag extra special. You get your pattern as well. There will be a 5-day delay on the dispatch, so it's an extended dispatch, but it's only 5 days. $18.99 for that. Now, if you want just the pattern on its own, again, with single figures again. Okay, when you've all checked out, single figures. There's quite a lot in baskets though, so danger zone for that. So if you want the pattern, if you want the pattern, just don't say it's $13.50. All right, back to you.
Right, okay, so I've base stitched 1/4 of an inch all the way around. I'm going to flip this over, and we need to trim the excess all the way back to the sewn line. So you're going to get your scissors at an angle.
So if I was using H640 fusible fleece, I would still baste 1/4 of an inch inside?
No, you wouldn't need to.
Wouldn't need to,
So
just fuse it.
Fuse it, but trim it back 1/4 of an inch.
Ah, okay.
So you've drawn on the template onto your actual fusible fleece.
Right. So we do want the fusible fleece out of the seam allowance?
Yeah.
As well?
Yeah.
Okay.
And fusible foam as well, so if you're going for the
Indeed,
fusible
yeah.
foam option.
It's such a gorgeous range of rich browns in that bag, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Both of them very, very suitable for all ages,
Yep.
men and women. You can really mix it up by what strap you put on.
You can, yeah. One person even said in a message to me after seeing a picture of that the mono one, she said, will I be able to do my own colours on the front? So I give the measurements of the strips.
Ah.
So yeah, so it should be left with this the actual greys of the gradients.
Yep.
But she's going to use her own fabrics, her own stash.
Yeah, because I mean, you know me, I love a rainbow, and I'm just thinking
too.
that you could have the rainbow stripes working out pastel rainbow
Yep.
with the monochrome would be beautiful.
It would
really
be.
sort of reflect the colours in the strap.
Yeah.
Those kind of sugared almond colours.
Yeah, it is, and very nice.
Now the monochrome panel bundle, where you're getting the monochrome and the, where is it? There it is. Whoa. You're getting your pattern, you're getting your monochrome panel, huge panel with everything for the outer and the lining, and a shoulder strap. plus your hardware, you're getting your zips, you're getting all of your metalware, is on screen. It's $39.99. I think that represents the very best value because you've got everything that you need apart from, you know, like your interfacing, your in-R form or your H640, but everything else you've got provided. You can just get straight down to the sewing. The monochrome is on screen. It's $39.99 for that. Cool.
Right, okay, so I'm basically just trimming on the drawn line all the way around. So if you had quilted it, you would trim the foam to the edge of that drawn line and then you would zigzag all the way around. But as you can see, I've got no foam in the actual seam allowance area, which is obviously going to cut down your ball. Right, okay, so you're going to pop this to one side. You can go ahead and add the actual handmade. I haven't mentioned that in the actual book, but I did do it in 21. I did it 1.5 inches down from the top.
Did you get that included?
Yeah, it's in the pack.
Oh, it's in the metalware.
I always put handmade
Can
metal.
I just show you this? This is so gorgeous. That is such a professional finish. Love that. That is so smart. Just adds that finishing touch, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
Very high end.
It is very high end. Right, okay, so you've got your zip and it's already got the zip pulls installed. Even though I showed you in the first hour, I've installed them for you. So you're going to just sew over the two edges.
Do you just have like zip making evenings? We're like, put on a film I enjoy and I'm just going to put zips on.
I do.
Do you?
Yeah, I do. I do
was
it
kidding.
while I'm on the sofa. And we pack while we're watching TV and stuff.
Yeah. It's great though, even though little details like that, the zip pulls are already installed, you can get straight to it.
Yeah.
Love it.
The kids love packing with Michael, my husband.
Oh, you get the kids involved too?
Yeah,
I love
gotta
that.
earn that pocket money.
Now you just sewed over the ends, but that's a metal zip, is that okay?
No, it's not
a metal zip.
No. So it's meant to look like metal.
What?
It's nylon. So it's an actual plastic zip. It's sewable, it's cuttable. So it looks like
It's
metal,
in your
doesn't
bundle.
it? Yeah, so it's really nice. Right, so you're going to get the zip tabs. And they're on the panel as well. You're going to fold them in half and then open them up. And then you're going to bring in the two shorter edges in by 1/4 of an inch and press those. These have both got fused sort of interfacing on.
Right.
Okay, favourite thing again.
What's that?
Oh, sorry, it's quilter's tape. Right, so before we do any further, you've got to make sure the zip. Now the zip isn't actually at the full measure, at the correct measurement of the bag that you need. So you're going to have to cut it down. So if I remember right, it's 13.5. So just bear with me. 13.5 inches.
Your patterns are like a little book in themselves, aren't they?
Yeah.
There's a lot of work that goes into every panel, every pattern.
There is, yeah. 13.5. So that's 12, isn't it?
Do you want a longer ruler?
Yeah, I need.
No problem.
Thank you.
There
Sorry,
you go.
didn't come prepared. Just rushing around trying to get those other kits sorted.
And so, are you constantly developing new patterns?
Yeah. So I've got my laptop today. I was doing it in the hotel last night. So I've got a nice bag coming out in August.
Have you? But they're all nice bags, Becky.
Yeah, I know, but
Can you give us a few hints or not?
it's very blingy.
Very blingy. Okay. Blingy.
It's very now, and I have actually now. If you want to, October last year, it was put in the fans group.
Was it?
So if you want to go hunting,
Okay.
It's black.
And it's black.
yeah,
And blingy.
very blingy.
Very now. I'm loving it. I'm there for it. I'm
Yeah.
living for it.
And we were
Becky.
just looking at some of the fabrics that they're going to order in for it. So
Lovely.
Right, okay, so...
Are we getting it on Sewing Street?
Yeah.
Hurrah!
You're going to launch it, so...
Hurrah! Okay.
Right, okay, so we're going to pull off the tape on both of those. Okay, and then you're going to, approximately 1/4 inch, you're going to stick that on the zip on the end. And then you're going to flip that over and match that to the back. And you're going to repeat it on the other side as well. And I can find it, there you go.
Now the mono bag bundle, we're on single figures.
Yay.
Now remember that bundle includes your booklet, your mini book pattern, which remember is not dependent on a panel. You can use your own fabrics for it. You can make this as many times as you like.
Yep, and I've got an angel policy.
Go on, tell me.
You can make to sell.
You can make to sell.
You can make to sell. You can make for charities. I'm not one of those people that holds you back.
Awesome.
So, yeah.
So you're getting your mini book pattern, you're getting your panel to make the first version, you're getting all of your metalware, you're getting your zips. Just a fantastic bundle there for $39.99. Now we've also got an option without metalware. Let me show you what you get there. You get the panel, this is the monochrome panel, $24.99. You get that panel, you also get your Park Lane instructions. Now there's no metalware or zips, so you will need to source your own, but this is a great option if you have, a fabulous collection of metalware that you've picked up, or you want to source your own. And particularly as well, if you want the pattern, but you also want some fabric, you want a panel so that you can just get straight on. Because I think actually, Becky, I don't know what you think about this, but when you've got the panel, you haven't got to then start tracing a pattern, cutting out, it's all printed.
That bugs me,
It's an easy in, isn't it?
It's an easy in, yeah. So basically, I wanted to put the templates in when I first originally designed the bag.
Yeah.
So it was originally a panel, just a panel.
Oh,
So,
it was?
Yeah, so I went...
Gotcha.
Yeah, I knew I wouldn't like that, so...
No, you make a bag once, you know you're going to make it again and again.
Yeah, exactly. Right, so you're going to basically top stitch over those two tabs there, about 1/8 inch away. You're going to use the top stitch length approximately around about a number 3. There you go. Don't need to reverse it. You're just basically closing that tab off. Mm-hmm. And look, I've sewn over the zip, so you can sew over the zip because it's nylon. Okay, so you're going to trim off the excess of the tab. So you're going to trim off the tab to the actual zip tape width. Mm-hmm. And I've done it for a reason, because when I did the originals, these tabs kept moving. So I did it a bit longer, so you've got that wiggle room underneath your presser foot.
It just makes the process easier.
It does, yeah.
Thank you for that.
Don't need to keep thanking me.
No, but do you know what I mean? When you think of these things that just make the process easier,
Yeah.
I'm grateful for that.
Yeah, and
you
sometimes
factored it in.
These days, we want things done fast.
Yeah.
And we want it done efficiently and easy. Right, so you're going to, on the outer zip gusset, on both of the pieces, you're going to interface the piece on the wrong side, and then you're going to do the fusible fleece or the fusible foam or the sewing foam. Then on the right side, you're going to run quilter's tape. Yes, of course, quilter's tape on the one long edge. Then you're going to pop this.
Can I use a pen for that? Glue stick?
You can use a glue stick, yep, of course you can.
Those are available. There they are, $5.99.
And then you're going to stick this into place.
If you should go onto our website, by the way, you know the first thing that always comes up is our bestseller of the day. Guess what it is, Baffa?
That bag.
This bag.
Oh, is it this bag?
Yeah, this bag, the monochrome. Oh,
Yay.
yeah, bestseller of the day. You're a bestseller.
I know.
Woohoo.
They've never had to reorder some patterns off me. Not even
No,
on the
I
old
don't
channel.
believe it.
No, they haven't. They've had me come back like in a few months' time to redo the pattern, but they never marched me upstairs.
Oh, we needed to do it today. You were summoned.
I was summoned.
You clearly found your way back. How did you leave a trail of Percy pigs?
I did actually walk into someone's office.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, so you know
I
when
love
you come out the office and you come out that landing area,
Yeah.
don't you? I literally just went into someone's office.
Hey,
I went, hi.
not a problem. Fortunately, we have an open door policy here, which is really good, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I wondered why all the doors were open. If the door's closed, you're being fired.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Right, so on the wrong side, I'm just running quilter's tape along that side. And then you're going to get the lining piece. The lining, once again, has got interfacing on the wrong side. Okay, and then you're just going to stick that into place. Now you should ideally use a zipper foot, but as we demonstrated earlier on, it's gone missing, so I'm using my walking foot. So you're going to sew 1 centimetre or 3/8 of an inch away from this edge, along this edge. You are going to have to move your zipper pulls out the way, so when you come by the zipper pulls, you're going to have to leave your needle down, lift up your presser foot and move. So standard stitch length at 2.4 or 2.5. Right, so my needle is down because I'm right next to where the zipper pulls are. I'm going to pull up my foot and wiggle this just a little, just to get it out of the way. And reverse your stitch at the end as well. And then you're going to press it open. So I like to finger press first.
Cool.
That's why I keep long nails. Then you're going to top stitch down there and repeat the same process for the other side. Then you've got zips, tabs that are overhanging, you're going to trim that back.
And this is what you were talking about, wasn't it? Where you said if you had foam all in here, you just wouldn't get. Yeah. Got to remove it.
And then you'll make your D-ring tabs. So pretend I've top stitched down this side and attached the zipper gusset on that side. So with the D-ring tabs, you do need to interface them because obviously they stretch, because us women, men, we overfill our bags. So you fold them in 1/4 of an inch either side on the long edges and feed your D-rings on. Now in the packs I have supplied thin D-rings because of the fact that you have to sew over part of it. So it means that you can get quite close to the actual D-ring. So I'm just going to sew around using a stitch length number 3. Yep. And get as close as you can to that D-ring. But the good thing being that it's thin, I've got my needle in around about 1/8 of an inch away. This walking foot will go over that D-ring now. Because it's nice and flat and it goes perfectly underneath without making your stitches jump.
Oh, great.
So you do that for both of them, and then you will get the tab, and you put the tab here, base stitch it, and then obviously a tab on that side as well. Shall I do the inside zip pocket, or have we got time?
Not sure we've got time.
No, I don't think. That's why I didn't want to show any more.
But you have, of course, got full instructions, haven't you?
And I've got a full-length video on YouTube of
how do we find your videos?
It's on the pattern. It's all mentioned there with the links and that.
Of course. Thank you very much.
It's okay.
That's absolutely brilliant. It's been absolutely wonderful to have you here, Becky.
Thank you.
Really terrific.
Thanks.
And our bestseller of the day.
I know. Whee!
Well done. Absolutely brilliant. Let's start with the mono bag. Now then, you can get, this is our bestseller today. It is our bestseller, and it's a beautiful, beautiful bag, really practical, very stylish, and also just universal. Absolutely gorgeous. Love it. Now then, in your bundle you get the full pattern. You also get the zips, you get the metalware, and you get a panel to recreate Becky Alexander Frost's monochrome bag. Now, don't worry, when you finished making that, your panel can be, your pattern can be used then to make as many bags as you like. You can make them to sell, you can make them for charity, you can make them for yourself and family. Keep the pattern to yourself, of course. Don't give the pattern away. Point your friends who admire your bag in our direction, and the next time Becky's on, and show her some love. Now, that is our bestseller of the day. You will need to add some things in like H640, some fusible interfacing medium weight, your favourite thread too. Do you have a favourite thread, Becky?
I used a nice mono grey on that, so it's like a deep grey on that one.
Do you have a particular brand you love?
Yeah, Gutermann Sewell.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Great. Love it. That's our bestseller of the day. It's $39.99 for that bundle. Now then, we also have a second bundle where you've got everything the same. You've got your pattern, you've got your metalware, you've got your zips. The internal zip will vary from pack to pack, okay? But your outer zip will always be black, and it's that nylon zip, but it looks like metal. I love that. All your metalware in there, but you'll get your panel in the gorgeous brown colourway, which is just glorious. There are the strips for the chevron. Brilliant, Becky. So lovely to see you back, Christine, in the West Midlands. Isn't that lovely? And you know, even the parts which are solid are not solid. They're this gorgeous mottle, almost like a sort of leather look. Just brilliant. I love it. So that again, $39.99. And then once you've got the pattern, make as many bags as you like. Now then, we've managed to bring back some patterns and Pattern Plus from Becky's first hour. Let's start with the Pattern Plus. You get the pattern for the mini project case. Far too many of these in baskets than we have stock of. Well done if you've already checked out. Well done you. You get your pattern, you get your zips, and you get your zip pulls. And remember, this is to make this fantastic project file, carry-all, zip on the front, Velcro top, and then when you open it up, you've got vinyl pockets here and a flat pocket here. Brilliant little bit of kit, that kind of thing you're going to make a gazillion times, trust me. Now you can also get the pattern on its own, if you prefer, for £13.50. The pattern graphics are on screen right now. And again, Angel Policy, you can make to sell,
yeah.
You can make as gifts, you can make for charity. Thank you so much, Becky.
Thank you.
Real pleasure.
Yeah, thank
Real
you.
pleasure. All right, for our final hour, we're going to be looking at a little bit of sewing machines. We're also going to be looking at applique. So stay tuned, and we'll see you in just a few minutes.
Hello, I'm Kerry from Living in Loveliness, and I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street team. I'm based in Wolverhampton, and I absolutely love working with fabulous fabrics. In particular, I love working with fat quarters and showing you how to get the most from your scraps. I love bringing communities of sewists together and encouraging people to sew for greater causes. Most recently, we have been sewing for our NHS and key workers. I look forward to bringing you hints, tips and techniques. I'll see you soon.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Hi sewing friends, welcome back. It's our last hour on Sewing Street, and so we're going to have a little focus this hour on sewing machines and applique, and I'm going to give you some top tips on applique, perhaps some different ideas. We do it a lot, we don't always talk about how to do it or break it down, so nice little opportunity to do that today. So stay tuned for that. Now we're going to start with sewing machines, which really are at the heart of everything I do, certainly. And we're going to start with the Brother FS250. Now I've worked with Brother for many, many years, and we have just recently started working with Brother here at Sewing Street. I'm absolutely thrilled to bits about that, because Brother is a sewing machine brand I've known for decades and used for decades, and also I see Brother sewing machines in so many of my classes, and you know what? Whenever I see a Brother sewing machine in my class, I smile, because I know that if the person in my class has any questions, has any glitches, they are going to be easy to solve. The machine is so easy to find your way around. Brother machines are so intuitive as well. They are just very, very straightforward. Brother's tagline is "at your side," and that works in many ways. The machine's intuitive, there's a great guidebook, there's fantastic customer service too. Now then, the Brother FS250 is a computerized sewing machine with 250 stitches on it, including 3 alphabets, all your numbers, your punctuation as well. You've got a capital letter solid, capital letter cursive, and capital letter outline. And you've also got, as I say, numbers, punctuation. You can combine up to 50 of those figures to create, names or messages, quilt labels, personalised napkins, maybe even personalising things like little christening gifts or, baby's first Christmas, that kind of thing. Loads you can do with that. Now then, you've also got the rest of your stitches are all shown right here on the side. Now this is really clever, because normally you'd have to have like maybe a card that you stick in the top or the manual, but with this you actually have, this is so handy. I'm amazed that other companies haven't copied this unless it's been copyrighted, but you've got all of your stitches there. Now you can see, look at all those buttonholes that you've got, automatic one-step buttonholes. You don't have to do any maths. You literally pop your button in the back of the buttonhole foot. This tells the machine how big to make the buttonhole, and then you just choose the buttonhole you want depending on whether you're working with thick fabric, thin fabric, stretchy fabric, whether it's vertical, horizontal. You need different buttonholes depending. And if you're not sure about which buttonhole to use, look in your manual, because every single buttonhole is explained. You've also got button sewing functions, so no more sewing on buttons by hand. If you bought one of our easy embellished blanks this morning, our pencil cases, our tote bags or our cushions, you could embellish them with buttons, but sew them on with your FS250. Now you've also got a ton of utility stitches. They're the first ones that come up really. They're things like your straight stitch, your triple stretch, your lightning, your zigzags, over edge stitching for jersey, for straight cotton fabric. You've also got those kind of decorative heirloom stitches like feather stitch and serpentine. Now then, moving further down, you've got things like all of your buttonholes and your eyelet. You've also got patchwork stitches. So you might notice these stitches here that have a P and a Q next to them. So those are things like your 1/4 inch patchwork stitch. So usually on a sewing machine you'd need to install a special 1/4 inch foot. You don't have to do that with your Brother FS250. Leave the regular foot on, choose stitch number 46, that gives you a 1/4 inch seam allowance, with your fabric butted up to the right hand side of your foot. If for some reason you're stitching 1/4 of an inch from the other side, and I would use that for things like outline stitching or top stitching, then pick stitch 47, and that's going to put it on the left hand side. So it's super clever. Bex Reed this morning talked about a scant 1/4 of an inch. If you need to do a scant 1/4 of an inch, pick stitch 46 or 47 and then use your stitch width adjustment here at the top of your machine, all right, and then just use your stitch width adjustment, just single increments, single presses of that button, okay, will move the needle over to the left or to the right in tiny increments, and that will help you achieve a scant 1/4 of an inch while still maintaining your fabric on the left or the right of your presser foot. Now then, moving further down, you've got lots of other decorative stitches, so some more embroidery stitches, which are really fun to add to clothing and home decor. You can use some of them for quilting as well. And then we start getting into the satin stitches and more decorative. Loads of different decorative stitches there that you can use to embellish. You've got mirror image stitches down here as well. So this section here where you can see a triangle being mirrored, all of these stitches are stitches from here that have been flipped or mirror imaged. So that's really useful. For example, if you draw a centre line and then work, say, like a scallop satin stitch down one side and then use the same stitch but flipped down the other side, you create a whole new stitch. Really clever. Kind of thing you need to buy a couple of meters of calico and then have a play. That's my top tip actually. That's going to be my top tip for the hour. Get yourself a few meters of calico with your machine and have a play. Now we've got a question. Susan's got in touch, she's got her machine already, and said, "Hi Stuart, love my new FS250. Could I ask, should I use stabiliser when I'm using the alphabet? And what is the black button on the J foot for?" Okay, right. Two great questions there. The first one is, should I use stabiliser? Yeah. If you're going to use anything like the satin stitches or the, if you're going to write, say, like an alpha, message using the alphabet, I would use something like either Stitch and Tear, an embroidery stabiliser, or you can use a wash away if you prefer, or use medium weight interfacing. The only thing if you use interfacing is it adds a little extra bulk and a little extra firmness, but depending on the project that you're actually making. Now the button on the back, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, is for when you're going over thick heavy fabrics, for kind of going over that bump, you hold that in, I think. Yeah, it's for levelling, isn't it? So if you're going from thick to thin, going over a big hump of a scene, you hold that button in while you're going over the hump. Promotes perfect feed on thick fabrics. There we go. Phew. Woo! There we go. It's an unusual question, but a very pertinent one. Very pertinent. There's a button, I want to press it. Why do I press it? There we go. All right, just to say, I cannot recommend this machine enough. I love the full stop. I cannot recommend this machine enough. It's super to use, very easy to understand, and it's not complicated. It is fantastic. Carolyn, West Midlands, love you. Thanks for sending that in. That's wonderful. There is so much love for this machine. It is absolutely beautiful. Now then, a few other things that I just want to show you while we're looking at the front of the machine. Incredible when you think this is £399 and I've barely touched the surface of what you're getting. Speed control, so use it as a speed limiter when you're working with the foot pedal. So if we have it here, you now cannot sew faster than medium speed, even with your foot to the floor. But you can sew slower than that. If you relax your foot on the foot pedal, you can sew slower, but you can't sew, that's the fastest the machine will sew. So for example, when I'm sewing with children and I want to make sure that we're taking everything slow and steady, I can't expect them to have that foot control right from the word go. So I'll put that limiter on, and then I know that even if they really push on the foot, we're fine. If you're tired, yeah, again, you can slow the speed. Now, if you're using this pedal free, so you've got the pedal disconnected, now you're working with the start stop button, okay, which is this button right here with the arrow on it. Okay, you press this to start, you press this to stop. Now, I would recommend that you always start, if you're going to use the button, start with the slow to medium speed. The machine will start slower and it will build up the speed, and it will build up that speed and then maintain the constant speed at whatever you have this set at, okay? But while you're sewing, you can slow the machine down or speed it up as you're sewing if you want to. You don't have to stop sewing in order to do this. So what I like to do is start slow, and if I'm doing a long seam as I'm sewing, I'll knock this up perhaps to full blast, and then as I get towards the end of the seam, I'll slow this right down, and then I'll touch the button to stop sewing. All right, you've also got a reverse sewing button. Did you see that arrow going back on itself? That's your reverse. Becky was saying a lot of, always reverse at the start and finish of your seams. That's this button right here. Hold it down and it will reverse sew, let go, and you can sew forward again. Now, Carol with an E has emailed in to ask, hello Stuart, I'm thinking of upgrading my machine to the Brother FS250. Now, my current machine is great, but it only has one font. Yeah, that's a great idea. I can demonstrate the fonts, no problem. Yeah, not a problem. Not a problem at all. Yeah, well, there's one size. There's one size. Oh, now I haven't got my piece of interfaced fabric. Have we got interfacing? Doesn't matter if we don't. Okay, yeah. I mean, I could just do it with a piece of folded fabric. It won't be quite as... Maybe I should just interface it. Should I just interface it? Yeah, we'll get that sorted and then I'll come back to that in a second. I'll just carry on very quick, finish the tour, and then I'll show you the alphabets. So, start, stop, automatic needle up, needle down. Now, your machine's programmed to always finish with the needle in the down position. Thank you. But if you want your machine to always finish with the needle in the up position, then you absolutely can do that. There are instructions in the front of your manual on how to do that. It's a very simple process. I just can't remember off the top of my head what it is. But it's only holding in a button until the machine beeps. And then you will always finish with the needle in the up position. So that's good to know. Right then, let's grab a little bit of interfacing. Okay, you've got an automatic needle threader on your machine. You don't have a scissor function, so you don't have automatic thread cutting. But you do have a little cutter on the side, which most of us are used to using. Yeah, to be honest with you, I use both. If I'm doing foundation paper piecing, I will make good use of the automatic thread cutter on my machine, but yeah, this one doesn't have that. Okay, so I've got my interfacing applied to the back of my fabric, and I'm just going to use the thread. Now, I'm actually going to change the top thread simply because I've got a really pale lemon yellow in at the moment, and it's not going to show the font off very well. That also gives me the opportunity to show you how quick and how easy this machine is to thread up. You can see how quick I'm doing it. And there we go. There's that automatic needle threader as well. And you've probably seen, whenever I guest, I always wear my specs because I know I've got to thread, well, I might have to thread a machine without a needle threader. So I can't thread with my contact lenses in. But I can with an automatic. Right then, so let's go and pick alphabet. Now I'm just going to turn this around, just show you quickly. Right, so when you want to pick the alphabet, what you're going to do is, if you have a look over here, and you'll see that there is a box with stitches in it, and that's lit up at the moment. And if you just look across here, you'll see a number 1. That's mode 1, mode 2, mode 3. Now those are our 3 lots of stitches that are on the front of the machine, all our decorative, utility, satin stitches. But we're not doing those, we're going to do alphabet. So that's the one with the letter next to it. So we press this, and now look, 1. So this is alphabet 1, alphabet 2, alphabet 3. So we'll go back to alphabet 1, and what I'll do is I'll stitch out the same letter in the 3 different alphabets. So we'll do, let's do the letter B. Okay. And we'll stitch that out. Oops. Let's just speed that up. And when you do your letters, a single letter, it will automatically tie off the thread as well. So that's a letter B on alphabet number 1. Now I'm going to choose alphabet number 2. This is our cursive. Still the letter B. So cursive, like, you know, joined up writing. Okay, and then I'm going to pick alphabet number 3, which is the outline. So this will be the outline letter B. And as I say, you can't change the size of the letters, they're one size. If you want more function, more alphabets, more being able to do really big ones, then you really need an embroidery machine. So I'm just going to snip the connecting threads, and then I will show you how this has turned out. The alphabets are really quite different, actually. Okay, now overhead is going to be... They look good, don't they? They look quite funky. Now look at this. Okay, so alphabet 1, which is the solid, cursive, we like that, we like that, and there's the outline, we like that too. So those are your 3. My finger for scale. Look, the thing is, look, can you see this is my index finger from my right hand and my left hand. I cut the side of my finger off with a rotary cutter, which is why I'm so keen on health and safety around blades. So there we go, that just explains that. All right, so I hope that's helped you to make your decision about whether the alphabets and this machine is right for you. Okay, good. If there's anything else you'd like to see, do get in touch. Now then, your standard foot package that you get with your FS250 includes all the utility feet you'd expect, okay, with your machine. You've got your basic utility foot for doing your general sewing. You've got your open-toed embroidery foot. Now, I just want to show that to you. That's this one right here. Just so there's no confusion, this is an open-toed embroidery foot, okay? So open-toed at the front, yeah, it's got an open front, and then the embroidery foot part of it is that it's got, can you see this channel cut in the back? This is so that it can slide over the top of thicker stitches, like your satin stitches can get quite bulky, and that will slide over the top. So that's your open-toed embroidery foot. You're also getting things like an over-edge stitching foot, so give the effect, you know, for neatening seams, buttonhole, button sewing. You also get your blind hem foot. You also get your zipper foot. Okay, so they're standard. Then you get a little pouch with additional feet. Now you get 7 more dressmaking feet. You get a pin tuck foot, a fully adjustable zip and piping foot. You get a bias binding attaching foot. You also get a ruffling or gathering foot, a straight stitch, a rolled hem, and a pin tuck, and also a non-stick foot. You get all of those, and really, I mean, I don't know quite how the deal works here, but £399 for the machine is the machine, isn't it? These are all additional feet that have been added in. I think it's amazing. You also get a hardcover and an extension table. Amazing. Well, I was going to say, you can find this on Brothers' website, this machine, on Brothers' website, and wait till you see the price on the Brother website. It's very small, but it's £799. That does include VAT. Thank you. Good. I'll buy it here, thanks. Yeah. Right. Okay. Thank you. I don't know. We've done that. We've done a great deal. Yeah. You get things like twin needle. You can do twin needle work. You can drop your feed dogs on this machine. I'll show you how to do that. So round the back, here's your extension table. Sorry, not your extension table. This is your accessory box. Okay. You can lift this out. This has got your utility feet in, and then you've got space in the bottom for things like sweets. This is your free arm for when you want to do things like bag making, or turning up trousers, some dressmaking applications. And then if you look on the back, you see this little button right here. And if you push that button, you will drop your feed dogs. The feed dogs have now dropped down. So this is how you would do free motion. And then when you want to put them back up again, pull that up. The feed dogs won't automatically pop back up. You need to take your first stitch, and then the feed dogs will come back up again. Now, this machine does not include a darning foot for free motion embroidery or free motion quilting, or a walking foot. You will need to buy those separately, but Brother do those feet to fit this machine. They're really reasonably priced, and when you're getting so much in a machine for £399, to buy those additional feet is not a great expense to add on, and they are very, very useful. Now let's just show that price comparison one more. You could pay £399 here and £395 delivery, or you could go to the Brother website and buy it from them for £799. Yeah, we also include VAT, I should just say. Okay. Oh, and it's got a quick question. Let's do that. Okay. Hi, loving the channel. Could you please show how the automatic threader up close works? I have this machine. Regards, Annie. Yeah, of course we will. Of course we will. Okay. Right, so I'll just take the thread out. Yeah. I'll kind of lean over. That should work. Right, so my recommendation would be always thread your machine with the presser foot up, okay, but then when you come to thread the needle, I put the presser foot down, okay, yep, I just find it much easier. And then you see this little grey here, you're going to pull this down. Oh, my hand's going to be right in the way. I'll try and reach over. Right, and can you see there's a little hook? Yeah, you want to hook your thread under that hook. Can you see? I've got the thread under that hook. Yeah. Okay, and then push that round. And then there's another little hook here that you just pass it into, and it pops it straight through. Do you see that little loop? That's the best I can show you, I'm afraid, because I'm absolutely contorted. What we need is a roving camera. I don't know if you can see this from behind any better. Want to try? Okay. This will be easier for me. Okay, so I'm going to pop that down. I'm going to bring this down, hook my thread, and then, oops. There we go. It pulls that loop through, and then just grab that, and I lift my presser foot and pull it through. And it's as simple as that. If you have got the machine already and you haven't used the needle threader, learn how, practice. Use the manual, practice, because it's so useful and it really speeds up the whole threading process. Okay, right then, so that's the FS250. Now let's just talk machine embroidery. I will grab the machine. There we go. Right. That didn't work. I know, where did I go, eh? Let me just... I'll try that again. Okay, fair enough. All right. Okay, as we were... I am standing up, by the way. You wouldn't know. You wouldn't know. Okay, now the brother embroidery machine. This is such a coup. It is absolutely brilliant. Now, the brother embroidery machine is an embroidery only machine, okay? And so you're not going to use this for your general sewing. This is only for embroidery. Actually, don't worry, it's fine. This is for machine embroidery only. All right, so what you've got here, you have a hoop which you hoop your fabric into with some interfacing, with some stabilizer, and then you clip it on the side of this here, and the hoop will go underneath your machine, and it's got like a darning foot already attached. All right, you can't take that darning foot off though and use it on your sewing machine. Before you ask. Now then, so you'll thread your machine up. Threading of your machine is exactly the same as a normal sewing machine. It's got a top loading bobbin, you've still got your bobbin winder at the top, and the thread path for setting it all up is exactly the same. All right. But you've got this screen right here, and when it's all switched on, what's going to come up there is your display, and you're going to put in there, you're going to scroll through the designs. So there are various different designs already programmed into your machine. Now this is a Disney special edition embroidery machine, which means that it already comes with Disney designs preloaded. Now you can't, there are 45 of them. And here's the big news, you can't actually buy Disney embroidery designs on their own. You can't buy a stick, yeah? You can't buy a USB stick with embroidery designs from Disney on. It's how they work. You can't download them for free, you can't pay to download them either. They either come preloaded on your machine or they don't. You get 45, and there's some real cuties. There's things like Mickey Mouse, and Minnie Mouse, and Daffy Duck, and Winnie the Pooh, Disney princesses. You've got Cars, Toy Story, Frozen. You've got Finding Nemo. You've got some frames. Now, none of those can be embroidered on something that you're then going to sell. Okay, that's part of the licensing deal. But with your other designs, and there are absolutely loads that are loaded on, just these are the frames, okay, loads of frames. Then you've got florals, you've got lace designs that you can stitch onto wash away stabilizer and create lace. You've got beautiful floral designs, you've got this gorgeous big alphabet that you can use for monogramming or create words. You can also put frames around other motifs as well. So that's a great place to start. But then if you have a look on the side of the machine, not too far, and you will see this USB port, okay? So all you need to do is go onto your computer. You can download, there are thousands of free designs. If you look on the Brother website, you'll find loads, okay? But if you want more than that, and of course you do, why wouldn't you? Just Google free embroidery designs compatible with Brother. You want them to fit a 10 by 10 centimetre by 10 centimetre hoop space. And then you can just download them. Plug that USB into the port at the side of your embroidery machine, and away you go. Now, if you should be halfway through stitching out a design and the power goes off. If you're at a friend's and it's time to go home, or you're at quilt club or sewing club or whatever you do, you're away for the weekend and you're halfway through a design, you do not need to sit there and say, we can't go anywhere until it's stopped, because otherwise the design's ruined, okay? It's fine. All you do, take the machine home. When you get home, plug it back in, the machine will automatically go back to where it stopped, and it will carry on when you tell it to, and it will just stitch out the rest of the design. If you run out of thread, the machine will beep and tell you. If your thread breaks, the machine will beep and tell you. It also tells you which colours to use. It's just superb. Absolutely superb. If you have software, you can buy software to digitise drawings, pictures, logos, you name it. You can also put them into your USB port and stitch out your own designs. It's really versatile, and it only costs £599. You can use this for personalising and then selling, of course, as long as you don't use those Disney designs. So maybe you already go to craft fairs and you make to sell. What about having the option of being able to add a monogram or a name or something else, or other kind of embroidery? You know, it's just a great extra selling point. It makes it really unique. Everything's unique if it's personalised. Now, split pay wise, there are 3 split pays available of £199.96. So if you want to take advantage of that, you only have to pay that first payment, less than £200, to get this Brother embroidery machine home. Now, this machine on the Brother website, let's do a price comparison. Go direct to them and you will pay £949. It does include VAT. Good question we had, by the way, from Julie. How do you join the letters together, please, on the FS250? Okay, so you use the memory key, which is actually the plus minus on the stitch width and length. So at the side, you use those to plus to add into the memory, minus to remove from the memory. And you've also got a space as well. So if you want to do Stuart Hillard with a space in the middle, that space will count as one of your characters. So you can do up to 50. All right, but it's ever so easy. And then when you come to do it, that'll stay in your memory even if you turn the machine off. And then when you go back to your machine, if you want to stitch out something else, why would you ever want to stitch anything other than Stuart Hillard, eh? But I mean, you might. So all you have to do then is just clear your memory, just clear all the letters out. So if you're doing another Stuart, you could just clear out Hillard and then just... Okay, you're welcome. There we are. Now, the sewing machine is on the side, that's right there, and then the embroidery is right there. But you could get the whole setup, embroidery machine and sewing machine, for under £1,000. I think that's pretty phenomenal. If you were doing it on split pay and buying both, you'd only have to spend £199.66 for the embroidery and just talk amongst yourselves. 133. Okay, good. That was worth waiting for. So you'd put. It would be about £330, wouldn't it? 332. There you go. Thank you. Thank you. Nope, no extra. Nope, no credit check. No extra interest. Nope, none of that. There's the hoop, by the way, that you get included. Okay, 4-inch, 10 centimetre. So that just clips underneath in there. Now, you don't pay any extra postage, even though this is a super heavy machine, and it's not actually coming from here at Sewing Street, it's coming direct from Brother. You pay £3.95 postage, and if you bought the early bird today, or you bought Baffers pattern or anything else, you've already paid your P&P, even though it's coming from 2 different places. Wonderful news, that. Now, we have a question. Hi Stuart, could you tell me what a stabiliser I would need for the embroidery machine, please? And that's from, is that Leah? Leah in Grimsby. Thanks, Leah. Now, we'd sell a starter pack of stabilisers on the website. It's $11.99. You get 12 different stabilisers and a booklet which explains each individual type. Now, my absolute recommendation here would be to buy that pack, try them out because they actually have different applications. For example, you remember I said that there are some lace designs which you stitch on wash away stabilizer, no fabric, stitch it out, and then you put it into a bowl of water. The stabilizer dissolves away, and then you're left with the embroidery, which is like a piece of lace that you can stiffen and hang on the Christmas tree or sew onto wedding dresses. Now, top tip with that, by the way, is the water that you have rinsed it off with, keep in a bottle and then spritz that onto fabric to stiffen it and also to create or to sort of stabilize it. Okay, there you go. You're welcome. And then and then, so that's one kind of stabilizer you might use, okay. But if you were, say, embroidering SH on a Christmas stocking, I'm just saying, who is that man? Then you would use a different kind of stabilizer. You might use a tearaway, stitch and tear, or something like that. Or you might use a leave-in stabilizer. So if it was quite delicate fabric, you might leave a leave-in stabilizer so you don't have to disrupt it. Your pack of 12 stabilizers will cover all those bases. So search for stabilizers, experiment. All right. Well done if you've got your embroidery or sewing machine. Fantastic. Now, I mentioned that I would do a little bit of some tips and things on applique. Okay. So, key things that you need for applique. Okay, I'm going to give you a little shopping list, okay, for various different kinds of applique. I would recommend that you get yourself an applique mat. Okay, this is like a kind of a non-stick pressing mat. You can use this to protect your ironing surface. Okay, you can also put it over the top of applique to protect your iron from stray bonder web, heat and bond. You can also fuse appliques to the applique mat or to each other if you like. So if you want to build up a flower and then take that off the applique mat and applique it to something else, excuse me, you can use it to build up. So applique mat, really, really useful. The next thing that I would recommend are some applique pins, because if you're doing hand-stitched applique or machine-stitched applique, short, sharp pins. These are clover applique pins, so you know they're gorgeous and beautiful quality, are wonderful. You can also use them for patchwork, but they just come into their own because they're really short and really fine as well. So it's like they're barely there, but they do a wonderful job. Like you, Charlie. Bless him, bless him. Oh. Okay, so those. Another thing you want for your applique is bonder web. Now, if you're doing fused applique, this is the small pack of bonder web. This is a fusible web, like a gluey web on some paper. It's kind of a long strip. $2.99 for that. Or you can go for the big boy, which is the 5-meter roll, which is more economical and you get lots more and it'll last you longer, and it's also great for big projects. Delphine is here on Friday. Top tip, buy it now, because it will have sold out by the time Delphine has parked her car. Okay, next thing I would really recommend for applique is freezer paper. So for turned edge applique, I would use freezer paper. Okay, really, really good. Also, just for making templates for your applique, it is really, really useful. You can also make placement patterns or put patterns onto it from books, for example. So that you've got a placement guide. Love freezer paper. It's got so many uses. Now, next up, if you're going to do turned edge applique using freezer paper or starch and press, which is two of my favourite techniques, a small steam iron. So that's this one right here from the Quilted Bear. I love this one, really precise. I'll be using this. I know this seems like a big shopping list, but you don't need everything. It depends what kind of applique you're going to do, you know. So that's great. And then last couple of things I would recommend. We haven't got it on the show, but the Soline glue pen that we had in the last hour, absolute boon, love it. Soline glue pen, it's $5.99 for that. And then last but not least, the Precision Stiletto from Clover. So what you've got here, this is just like a really thin pointy finger, okay, for holding or for turning edges for for starch and press or glue applique. Just really useful. You've also got a little like Teflon tip at the end as well, like a grippy surface, which you can also use really close to an iron as well, rather than trying to hold your finger there. I'll show you how I use them anyway. Okay, so let's start off. Let me grab a little bit of freezer paper and I'll just show you a little bit of freezer paper applique. So for example, if I was going to applique something like a leaf, okay, first off, I use freezer paper to create my templates because it's cheap, you get loads on a roll, and I can cut out a leaf. If it's not the right size, I'll just put it in an envelope, I'll use it for something else. Okay, so then when I come to actually do my applique, what I'm going to do, I've got my little ironing surface here. Sorry if this ends up looking a terrible mess on the desk, but forgive me. Alright, so I'm going to pop some fabric down. So if I was going to applique my leaf, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put waxy side down on the wrong side of the fabric. I'm putting this leaf on the bias of the fabric, okay? And the reason for that is because the curved edges that I want to turn are now on the bias. And we know that bias fabric stretches and is more manipulatable. And so this is going to make my life easier. Now there are two ways that you can turn that edge. One of them is using an iron and one of them is using glue. Now if you're going to turn this with an iron, you would want ideally to paint this edge with starch. So just ordinary laundry starch that you're then going to squirt into something like an egg cup or a small dish. Use a child's paintbrush to paint the edge. But I'll show you the basic method. So what you're going to do is pull that fabric over onto the edge of the freezer paper, and then using your little iron, you're going to fold and press. Now, of course, if you were using starch for this, it's actually going to kind of hold its position. But, you know, this is actually quite adequate. It still gives us a really nice, can you see how lovely and crisp now that turned edge is? It is popping back out again, but I mean, there's no doubt I've got a beautiful edge, and I know where I can now, for example, if I'm sewing this down by hand, where I can just sweep this edge under and then stitch, okay? Now, if I was going to use a glue stick to do the same thing, what I would do, and this might sell it to you because this is so easy, bit like EPP, we're going to run some glue around the paper and then we're just going to fold that fabric edge down. We're just going to roll it down over onto the freezer paper itself. Now, once you've stuck one side down, you'll need to pop a little bit of glue on the point itself and then just manipulate that point. Just fold it over with your finger and stick it down. Do the same at the other end. Now I'm showing you a leaf because it's got curves and it's also got points, so it's rather a good shape to show you. And then you can just run the glue along the main side and then just pull that fabric over. Now you do need to be aware that freezer paper is thicker than normal paper, so it's a fairly firm edge, but it's not going to resist you being really sort of heavy-handed here. So just be a little gentle as you do this and just stick all of that down. If there's any little stubborn areas, you can always go back in. A little message. It's great when you get time to do these extra demos. I love the freezer paper now after seeing it, you use it last time, and it lasts for ages. It really does. It's wonderful stuff. Now, let me just show you here. If I just pull this corner into shape, I just want to show you here, I have got a dog ear. Can you see I've got a little dog ear sticking out? Don't trim that off. Grab your glue stick, pop a little bit of glue back here, and then just fold your dog ear back into that glue and press it down. Look, we've got a lovely point. We've got a perfectly turned leaf. Now then, when you come to sew this down, got my machine all ready. This has got a bright sort of rusty brown thread on it, but I think that'll look quite nice. Now you could sew that down by hand if you wanted to, but you can sew it down by machine if you prefer. Let's put a bit of background fabric on first. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Who's Charlotte? Okay, so I'm just going to pop a couple of pins in this quickly just to hold it into place. Now then, I'm going to use a zigzag stitch. Okay, so I'm going to pick a zigzag. I'm going to pick stitch number 5. And I want a really, really narrow zigzag. I'm going to go with 1. I'm just going to quickly test it to see what it looks like. Always test your stitches before you start using them, so that you know. Yep, that'll do nicely. So if I just show you what that looks like, okay, you want it narrow, okay, and what you're going to do now is zigzag around the outside. Now ordinarily I wouldn't have my specs on because I want to be able to see a bit more clearly than my contact lenses allow, and what I want to happen is, okay, I want to just check, so I'm hand cranking to make sure that the inner part of the zigzag just bites into the fabric, just a thread or 2. Now what would be best here would be to use monofilament. If I use monofilament in the top, or invisible thread, if I used invisible thread, then when I finish this you wouldn't even be able to see the stitching. You could use silk thread, but monofilament's really good. So I'm just... Okay, so can you see what I've done now? So as I've stitched around, I'm quite happy with that. Got that really close to the edge. Okay, that's not bad. Today's a good day. All right, and then what you will do is once all your applique is finished, you would then get in there with some scissors and you're going to trim your background fabric away. So I'm just going to trim my background fabric away a bit just to show you. I mean, obviously you'd applique the whole leaf. If you were layering on top of that leaf, then of course you would need to make sure that you take the paper out before you go on to the next thing. All right, so then what you would do is flip up the edge, and this is why you only want that zigzag to just bite into the freezer paper, because you don't actually want it to properly stitch through the paper. If I remove this fully, can you see where I have just barely touched the freezer paper? Can you see it's just barely grazed the freezer paper? So it's attached my leaf, okay, where I've stitched anyway. So it's attached the leaf. All right, it's attached the leaf, but it didn't bite into the freezer paper. It just barely touched it. So you could reuse that freezer paper if you want, but I mean, you have got, in fairness, you have got 50 square feet, Hannah. So I probably would. All right, so that's a little bit of a masterclass in how to do invisible machine applique. Thank you, Stuart, for this out and answering my question. I've learnt so much. Sue, you are welcome. That's what I'm here for. Of course, you could use a Bondaweb for that instead. Let's do the menu for tomorrow. It's Vix. Vix is in. I'll be sleeping late. 8 a.m. designer fabrics at 9 a.m. Oh, I'm missing Wendy. Oh, 3D floral cushion covers with Wendy Orlando. At 10 a.m. sewing room tools, and then 11 it's the foldable bag with Wendy Orlando. At 12 o'clock, style your home projects. Like the sound of that. Sounds right up my street. Now then, we've also got a hobby makers menu. So let's do that too. At 1 p.m, this is today, new Christmas one-liner dies with Gwen from Creative Expressions. At 2 o'clock, meet Liz Wheeler from That's Crafty for her TV debut. At 3 p.m, more Christmas one-liner dies from Creative Expressions. And then at 4 p.m, Liz, who by now will be an old hand at TV shopping, returns with more Journal-It templates, stamps and accessories. At 5 o'clock, more Christmas one-liner dies from Creative Expressions. Now then, I've got to go and zhuzh up my hair, put on something fabulous and get ready for my party at the V&A. Wish me luck. I hope that you have a wonderful afternoon. Whether you're going to do some hand sewing, some embroidery, make a bag, carry on working on your quilt, or maybe just sitting and having a flick through a sewing book and just planning and dreaming about your next project. Have a wonderful afternoon and evening, won't you? Take care of yourselves and each other, and we'll see you back on Sewing Street tomorrow at 8 a.m. Lots of love, everybody. Bye-bye.